Welcome back to Epic Blunders. Last week we had an interesting journey. Does anybody think that they can recount chronologically what happened?
Well,
if not, I'll take the reins.
Well, we were still in that cavern, whatever. Just after getting Grolyd out of the crystal, and we were trying to decide what to do with there. We thought about trying to blow the place up, but we eventually convinced ourselves not to, out of either not being sure whether we kill ourselves, that kind of thing. So it was eventually decided that we would be heading to Ruth, Grolyd's old home, since they have a lot of miners and engineers and stuff like that, and they'd be able to safely collapse the cavern, hopefully. So Pix, after some time, closed up the ground entrance, though we left the big giant hole in the ceiling there, mostly because wasn't sure whether mold earth would just make another collapse or anything like that. Doesn't create earth, it just moves it around. So we started heading for Ruth for a few days. A few scares here and there with visions and cutting ourselves, Grolyd cutting himself, and generally just trying to get to Ruth as soon as we can. It eventually got to the point Grolyd was exhausted, so we put Grolyd on a floating disc and proceeded to cart him off like on a stretcher. And then one night, as we were on our watches and sleeping and all that, Nona had a dream vision thing, her usual one, which, in the material plane, caused her to run out of camp, just barely caught inside of by Link and Ryohn. But in her dream, there was these... I can't remember the exact contents of the dream itself.
Yeah, so Nona's dream was essentially very similar to what she is used to dreaming of when she has her sleepwalking night sessions, as it were, but this dream was slightly different. Rather than running, rather than stopping to fight, she still saw blood all over the place. She still heard the marching, but this time she was able to kind of almost lucid dream and focus, and noticed that the faces on these entities, even though they seem very hollow and metallic, they also had the visage of these sunken, sallow faces, either skeletal or the few that actually had the remains of what she could actually make out of the faces looked an awful lot like her tribesmen. Yes. Which was a new little twist to the shocking horror that is known as nightly sleeping habits.
Yeah. So yeah, that shook her something fierce. She eventually woke herself up and led herself back to camp. I think Ryohn went after her, and Link woke me up and was preparing the others when Harry, who I had sent out as soon as I was awake and cognizant of what was going on, Harry spotted them, Ryohn and Nona, coming back to camp. So they eventually walked back. Link and Ryohn continued their watch. Pix tried to comfort Nona just with his presence because she couldn't get back to sleep. So we suffered a level of exhaustion there, but given the hour of the early morning, it was eventually decided that we'd wait till sunrise, and that gave me and Nona a chance to recover our sleep and finish our long rest. And then morning came. We Nona shared what she saw We were still debating whether to go to the Ruth or where she thought our village was, but we eventually decided it's still sort of along the same, like to get to where she believed her tribe would still take us past the Ruth. So we continued heading in our same direction, and I want to say it was on the next night as we were camping. During I think the second or third watch, a mist kind of came in during the night, and it was during, I want to say, Whisky and Ryan's were the ones on watch. And they...
Yeah, Whisky, Ryan, and Grolyd all... Yes, Whisky, Ryan, and Grolyd all noticed what Awna had already picked up that was rolling in, and I believe Link, the fog. But the difference that some of them heard and saw was Whisky heard a beautiful melody being sung out in the fog somewhere.
Yes.
Ryohn saw a...
lady.
Yeah, a female figure with long brown flowing hair that seemed to just trail off into the distance. And both of them were drawn in some way. Grolyd goes invisible, goes out looking, can't hear or see anything, but eventually, kind of by means of a newly found ability in the message cantrip, was able to kind of get directions and stumbled across a like a speaking lectern type of situation that had a scroll case and a coin on it. You guys, with a little bit of clever deduction, were able to figure out how to open said scroll case and seem to receive a bit of instructions about what to do next, or some suggestion on what to do next. Number one, to listen to the brothers on the commands of
the Changebringer.
Yes, of the Changebringer. And then once those were kind of recited to the group, then the scroll case was able to be opened with the warning to choose wisely, because many things were coming to a head. And when you open up the scroll case, you found a scroll of teleport.
Yep.
And so then you spent the rest of the session debating how, if, when to utilize such a scroll. So, the previous night's events laid out before you. You technically have not quite finished your long rest, but as you are continuing this conversation, you can choose to pick it up from here, or finish your long rest and have a little bit of time for pondering before you continue your conversation in the morning. But remember, if you take longer than an hour of interrupted time, then your long rest has to either restart or it just doesn't happen.
Got it. They say we finish it quietly.
Look, this is a very powerful item, and there are a lot of things to figure out. I say, keep the Changebringer's tenets in mind and let us sleep on it. Clear our heads and go back to it in the morning.
I agree.
Willam is going to check and see if Dahan has yet sent a reply.
There is nothing from Dahan yet. It's been about a day, maybe a little less. I think you wrote it earlier this current day.
Correct.
No, yesterday. You rolled it while Grolyd was...
Oh, that's true.
Exhausted.
Yep. Which still is not necessarily outside the realm of...
he's busy.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes he's very quick, but usually it takes a little bit of time.
Yeah, he's busy. We get that. Not a problem.
Well, then let's sleep on it, and we'll...
Watch is I'll take first.
Well, you guys
We're
are.
in the middle of watches.
Yeah, you guys are in the middle of third watch right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
never mind.
Yeah.
I believe it was Link and I.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Grolyd.
That was last night.
Grolyd, Whisky, and Ryohn were in the middle of this watch. You were the ones who discovered the avatar and the scroll.
I'm thinking of the
Okay.
night before.
Back to rest then.
Indeed.
Yep, back to rest.
Back to sleep.
Okay. Is there anything the three of you would like to continue to do while the rest fall back sleep for about an hour or two?
Grolyd just returns to watch.
That's it.
Okay. Then the rest of the night, basically the fog continues to dissipate, and by daybreak, there's not really any trace that it was even there. So you can definitely do your long rest. I don't know if any of you have spent spell slots or anything like that, but in case you did.
I don't think we have. But it does let us prepare spells and whatnot.
Well, and at least one of you had a point of exhaustion still.
That is true, yeah. Grolyd. I'm actually okay with what I have, so. Alrighty.
All right, and as morning arrives, there's this bit of anticipation, and it's like rather than sometimes having to nudge people awake, it's like everybody is just kind of seated in their tents or their sleeping bags and looking around as if who's going to start this conversation.
Well then, let's not beat around the bush.
As soon as we get up, Willam check. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Next.
Let's not beat around the bush. Let's discuss this.
Okay, Aspix says that. Willam checks to see if there is yet a reply from Dayhan.
No. To clarify
There is.
some things. Oh,
Read it.
He gives you basically it is a very quick message that asks, do you need his immediate assistance should he begin his journey to you? And if so, where?
And given our previous discussion, Willam will write back. What's the name of the place where we get the people to go do the cavern?
A ruse
That would be, a
yes.
Well, actually, Willam will first go to Grolyd.
And you see Grolyd is tinkering with some alchemical equipment.
Grolyd.
Yes.
I can show him the message. Dayhan is available to head this direction if we need him.
You get the Spock eyebrow as he realizes the tube's not in his pack.
While you were exhausted, I took it out. I figure we have so many irons in the fire, we needed to update him and possibly get assistance.
Yeah,
He just
and
kinda nods.
you basically gave him some, an update on what had happened, and that was his response. It wasn't asking for clarification. It seemed to pick up on the immediacy of the situation, and
We need to head north. We also need someone to destroy that cavern. Dayhan wants this dragon cult wiped out. We can count on him to handle that if we want to head north.
I think that would be wise.
And Grolyd literally just... that makes decisions a lot easier.
It does.
If he's willing to put together someone to come take care of that, he has shown his distaste for the dragon cults, makes him at least trustworthy enough to handle that without any direct supervision.
Plus, I think he's got more knowledge about these dragon cults than the rest of us. He might know a better way to go about doing it.
He very well may.
You want to write him, or shall I?
It doesn't matter to me so long as he's willing to take care of the issue.
Back out to it. I'll take care of it and get it back to you. And Willam will write, we need the cavern destroyed, but we must head north immediately. And he'll write down as best he can the location of the cavern, the characteristics of the cavern, in detail the crystals. Say, this must be taken care of, but we must move on. And then he'll send him that message.
Okay. It takes just a couple of minutes before a response comes back. You can tell that he was kind of anticipating some sort of a reply. His response is actually a little bit more lengthy this time, and he fills in some of the gaps on more specifically what you were asking about and informing him of previously. He comments that there was actually reports by some of his affiliates that there was a shadow dragon seen a couple of weeks ago flying along the Ashkeeper Peaks, which would be to your west, northward, and then flying back to the south. He seems to indicate that he's not entirely certain whether it potentially the same, a different one. If there are two, that's problematic. Like, he's kind of stream of consciousness, writing all this out. And then he asks very specifically, have you dealt with the leader? Or have you tracked down the leader, I guess, because you specifically said he got away. Have you tracked down the leader? Did we lose Willam?
Yeah, I just got a text that his laptop froze.
Oh, gotcha. So we will assume that Willam hands the letter over to Grolyd.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say the same thing. So yeah, yeah, exactly. As the little link dead symbol appears over Willam's head, Grolyd sighs and grabs it. But he reads over that, and as Sean's recollection here, we haven't tracked down anything since he escaped, right?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah, I'll reply just short. No, we haven't tracked down the leader yet. It's one of numerous things on the to-do list, and shoot that back.
His response again, very quickly, and you, Grolyd, you've dealt with him in the writing more than anybody else. The quickness with which he responds usually is indicative of the amount of urgency he seems to place on anything. And he responds again very quickly and asks, which is the priority, the cave or the cultist?
And Grolyd doesn't hesitate for a second as he just 2 words, the cave, and sends it back.
Okay. There's nothing, at least in the immediate.
Alrighty then. Well,
actually, when Grolyd does not get an immediate response, he will then pen another note saying, I need to know you're going to handle this with, in the timeliest fashion possible. I need to hear or read. I say read. I need to read that you are doing so, and sense that. There
is still a pause. So if you guys want to continue, then you can. It's not an immediate response. But I will say during this conversation, you will get another thump.
Okay, I will let them hear the conversation. I got Starburst in the other room. I'll be right back.
Well,
Better have Starburst.
I've looked over the scroll, and I think between all of us, the only ones who can cast this spell are myself, Awna, and you, Whisky. No offense to you, Ryohn, but between the three of us, I think we're a bit more learned in the runes, as it were.
That is true, except some of us are limited where we can go.
Yes, and that is precisely because of the way that the teleport spell works. It will determine who casts it.
Yeah, I don't know that area, so.
And also what we're deciding to use to get there. If we have an item, then any of us can cast the spell. But otherwise it will have to be based on familiarity or a teleportation circle, which I certainly don't know any of the sequences for any of those. So it either have to be familiarity or an item. Now.
And at that, Grolyd will look up and say, I don't see that we need an item or a magic spell to transport us to what I believe our next stop ought to be. We're not that far from Nona's tribe. And we have a boat that can get us across the lake if we really need to cut time off.
My tribe could have been anywhere around the lake. That dragon would have made easy work of my tribe. We have warriors and druids and casters, yes. But we're not very large. We're not skilled enough to take down Shadow Dragon. It would have decimated my tribe rather quickly, especially being pulled from where it was. My tribe was a nice bright snack at night.
How far away are we from it?
We're around the Star Sweet Lake this time of year.
Is that like a day's travel from here, or how much more time would that add?
Much longer than that. If it's the other side of the Sorrow Sweep. We would have to...
Go ahead.
If we take the boat, we would have to pass through Asarius, which is far north of here, far too north.
And a character, I thought we were only about less than a day's travel from the bridge.
You're about a day. You're about a day away from the bridge.
Oh wait, is it the waters or the river?
No, it's the western side of the waters, largely that patch of like forested area, and to the north, depending on the time
that's
of
where
year.
I thought. So yeah, definitely have to pass through Asarius, or at least around it, and go further north if we're not taking the boat.
Your problem would be with your boat is that depending on where you decide to cross, you're looking at potentially as much as like 40 full miles in a little, small, basically like a longboat.
Yeah. We'd exhaust ourselves if we didn't capsize sooner.
So you may be able to cut off time by hopping in the water right away, but then you're going to spend potentially multiple days in a longboat together, or you travel further north by foot and cross at a more narrow point. You're basically, regardless of how you do it, you're looking at anywhere from 3 to 6 days, depending on where her tribe actually is right now.
Yeah, and we don't know exactly for sure where.
And I presume nobody has any way to look in on them to see if they're okay?
I certainly don't. I wouldn't know. That would be a scrying spell, I guess?
Scry is the simplest and most obvious way, yes.
I hate leaving that unknown for you, Nona.
I do too, but they're dead. They're dead.
They may not be.
Right now, we have an important thing to do. The most pressing thing is taking care of this. Tell me.
We don't know that they're dead.
Exactly.
That dream could have been a premonition of what's to come if we don't act.
This is true.
Dahan has already mentioned that there have been shadow dragon sightings weeks ago flying north and south along the mountains. So it may be that this dragon didn't go over the waters at all, but headed to the mountains. So it might not even be the dragon that was the threat.
The dream could also mean if we don't act quickly, that's what's going to happen to my tribe. If we don't take care of the larger threat.
But speaking of dreams, I believe Awna had quite a dire one, yes? Even earlier?
Yeah, no, I did, yeah. As I kind of mentioned, it kind of feels a bit ominous, but
Expound on it for us.
sure. I mean, it was. I physically went away, so I wouldn't necessarily call it a dream, but just when you were fighting some of the cult individuals, I got pulled to the astral plane, I think. When there, I was confronted by, I believe, my father, who he made a mistake somehow, somewhere, and asked us to right the wrongs, and doesn't know how much time any of us have, and that sounded very, large picture, I guess. But something that is here, that's always been coming, is in fact here, as he mentioned. It sounds kind of cryptic, but he said to find the source of whatever it is that's causing this. It is the mistake, and if we can find him, then he might be able to help out more, but he wants us to find the source, or we're more or less all doomed. So there's that.
He didn't say exactly what it was that was going to doom us, though, did he?
He didn't, but he did give me a location, so to speak, which is the ruins of what I think is Malaya Smear, north of the Empire.
And based on how he described it, they are here, they have always been here, they have come. I think it may be related to Primus.
That's similar to what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. Something we've known about for quite a while now. Or at least seen evidence of.
So perhaps this Primus is what's there, or
Something related.
Affecting the North in some fashion. So that's something that I think ties you and I again, Pix. The reason you reacted to how you did to something that I owned for quite some years. That might be part of it.
Maybe. But I think given the scope that we should at least give effort to it. What say you all?
Take care of the greater threat. Instead of lay us there.
We don't even know it's the greater threat.
Yeah, dragons seem pretty dangerous to me, but that being said, we have to decide on something.
Agreed.
Link will say Malaysmere sounds as good as anywhere else to me.
I don't know which one is the greater threat, but I do know this at least has a destination, for what it's worth.
So does the lake, and the lake is within marching distance.
And we can spend a week walking around the lake or more trying to find my tribe. Well, once we get there and it's dark, we might be able to see them if they're closer on the shore. The light depends.
We don't necessarily have to teleport right away. Can we take a day, get into the vicinity, see if there's any sign of something terrible happening to Nona's people? And if there is, then we can decide. But if there's not, then we can teleport from there. We don't have to teleport from here, do we?
I don't think we have to teleport from here. I don't know how spell works, but...
Damn, am I frozen up again? Oh, there
No.
No, we hear you.
We hear you.
At that, though, Grolyd will look over to Awna. You have magics that give an indication of good or bad decisions. Am I not correct?
You're correct to an extent. It's very limited, but
Would it be wise to wait or wiser to immediately use the scroll?
I can try and see what I can read from the stars.
I think also we should keep in mind how we got this scroll.
I was going to ask if we could refresh on what the precepts that came with that were.
Certainly. Do you need me to do that, or is someone going to recount them?
As we said, luck favors the bold. Your fate is your own to grasp, and to do so is to have the Changebringer behind you. Change is inevitable. The righteous can ensure that such change is for the better. Rise against tyranny. Fight for the freedom of yourself and others when you can. Inspires others to fight when you cannot.
So nothing about time being...
I would say the bold would be the most pertinent to that. To strike when able.
Bold is misleading. It could be bold to go immediately somewhere over a long distance, or it could be bold to go and confront a possible army of the undead. It all depends on how you read it.
I think given the context, a scroll of teleportation, I think it is more to apply to, we were also given to use it wisely, but...
Which makes me feel like it's not for something close by.
Of
Don't
course not
mix
for something
bold.
close by, but is it wise if we're only a day's march from possibly discovering something about Nona's people to suddenly go many, 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 many hundreds of miles away? Bear in mind, once we go, getting back here will not be easy.
Yes, but don't mix bold for foolishness.
There's that also.
We are but a day or two journey from Nona's tribe.
Maybe.
Why would we squander
From
that?
the outskirts, she said, we may not be
Why
able to
would,
see
if it
Correct.
was my family, I would immediately go. None of you can say you wouldn't if it was your family.
I'm kind of the mind of what Willam said, to go check on them, and then if it's something we feel we're not needed for, maybe we can then jump.
Do we want a half barbarian or a whole one?
Very good point, Whisky.
Well, I suggest we break camp and walk, even if we decide to teleport. We can stop walking and use it then, but let's at least stop wasting daylight.
Fair enough.
Agreed.
Agreed.
And Grolyd will break camp, and once everyone's ready, start leading them towards the bridge. Have I gotten a response back from Dahan on the definite, I'm going to deal with it?
I hand the scroll back to him as soon as I've sent the message.
We actually meta that you gave it to him when your connection dropped.
Got it. Okay, that works. That's what I would have done, so that works.
Grolyd, at some point during this conversation, you do get a response from Dahan that says, I will see to it as expediently as possible.
Good enough for him.
Once camp is broken down, Anna's going to pull out her pipe and start packing it.
Pull the good stuff.
The good stuff.
So, moving northeast. Still willing to continue the conversation.
Right.
Yeah, but doing it as you move. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay up front and keep lookout.
Okay.
I'll stay by Awna. Just
Grolyd is leading as he knows where we're going.
fair enough.
So everybody's up front. Continue.
Stays near Nona.
Yeah. Well, as I was
picture
saying,
us walking in two lines right now.
If anybody gets too far away from the main group, Grolyd will slow down the front so that everyone can still be a part of the conversation.
Okay.
so just for clarification again, Awna, where would your people be right about now?
Nona.
Sorry.
This time of year, they're around the Star Sweep, the lake itself, not the river.
Which side?
Northwest, sometimes around to the east. They travel back and forth. They're hunting the water animals and the fish in the area.
So if we were to continue to look for your people, we would be having to, if by foot, go by Asarius further north, or try to cross the waters in a longboat with all of us for... It's a few days either way.
We could skip Asarius by crossing the river if you were opposed to heading to Asarius.
I'm not.
Said the tribe would travel anyways.
Oh, I'm not opposed, trust me, but it's still, that's a long ways north.
Well, we have a boat, and we can definitely cross the river with it, so we wouldn't have to go all the way up.
I understand, it's just... I can't help but see it as time wasted traveling. More time we are losing, regardless of whether it's for your people or the situation that Awna speaks of. That is why I attributed time to the statement of luck favors the bold.
Well, if we get there tonight and we see lights on the water edge, we'll know it's my people. Then I'll be happy. And then we can go.
Link would like to ask, Nona, have you ever had any premonitions before? Or has it always just been visions of past or present?
Always the same. Never permanent, never seen the future. It's always the same dream when I've dreamed anything. I don't have prophetic dreams.
So why are we assuming that this one has now all of a sudden become prophetic?
I've never seen my people in my dreams. Ever.
Well,
Go ahead, Vix.
Well, as I tried to explain it the other night when it was first brought up, dreams are not always literal. They can be symbolic. It could be... We've always assumed this... Well, we've made the assumption that this dream is a memory of your past life. My theory at the time was that what you saw, those beings that were the face of your tribesmen, was something that you and your past life confronted or saw then, but it was their people, their loved ones that were affected. And the only way that could get across in the now was if it was your Nona's tribe. I think it was
a possibility, but it counts on your assumption being correct, which we have no evidence either to prove or disprove.
Yes.
We have no evidence to prove or disprove any assumption we've made lately. Which is why it's, at least in my opinion, pertinent that we attempt to find some evidence. And as I've said, as close as we are, that's why I believe we should head there before headed to, wherever it is we plan to use the teleport scroll to go to.
I agree. Take advantage of the proximity.
The fact remains we still have the teleportation scroll. So that's still going to, even if we take a couple days to go check out the tribe, that's still going to knock off a lot of time of us getting over to where we're going to ultimately go.
Yes, but
I think Pix is worried about those couple day differences.
yes, time may not necessarily be on our side.
And if we're looking for evidence, I think almost everyone here can have a show of hands of dreams that they've had that has been their past, and no hands for their future.
Actually, I don't know that I've had any dreams of my past.
Me either.
But you've all had dreams of your futures?
No.
Okay, then. I think that still fits to what Awna just said.
Correct.
I know I've had dreams of my past.
As have I.
Only
As
few
has
of us
Nona.
have had dreams where our families are involved.
Still our past.
And our present. It's your family, your father, my family, our
No.
tribe.
My father
Yeah.
wasn't a dream. I was physically in the astral plane.
He did disappear. I saw her get taken.
This is true.
Semantics at this point.
Is one's personal quest more important than another's?
No,
Depends on the
I'm
person.
not disagreeing with going. All I'm saying is that there is evidence to prove one thing and not the other. And it's not just semantics unless, I mean, it's the difference between physically going somewhere and dreaming.
What's to say we're not physically going somewhere when we're dreaming?
Well, when you were dreaming in your nightmare, we yanked your body out of a crystal.
But we could also look at it that Nona's dream was very vivid and had a lot of good information, and your dad was kind of vague. So we're headed towards something that has positive fact, or we teleport to something vague. Because I sure hate to teleport and find out we went the wrong way. Because Willam's right. We cannot come back.
We have legs.
My thing is...
We have legs, but how long is it taking us to get here?
There's no reason we can't do both, is what I'm getting at. We have means to do both right now.
Correct.
Can we press harder and try and get there a little quicker? Shorten the time?
Would be detrimental in the long run. We'd all be exhausted.
We need to get Mount.
Why? So we can give up to the next farmer?
I was gonna say, we have stuff. We've just
use
been away.
Wayland, you know, like everyone else.
We have a river to cross. Mounts won't help us with that.
For future note, next time we have the ability to, we need to get Mount. Be able to travel faster.
Only by road.
Didn't we have a cart and horses at one time? And
We did. We gave it to a farmer.
yeah, I know.
Because we were traveling
Because we
by
couldn't
sea.
take it on a boat. Yeah.
True.
And for the wet record, Whisky, I would feel that Awna's warning was given plenty of good information. A solid location.
So
for
you
one.
say.
I do.
Let me ask this, Pix.
Well, who says with
How far away can you send Harry to do some looking for you?
Well, if you want me to be able to relay it, within 100 yards.
He can travel faster than we can. Can he head that direction and then come back and let us know anything?
I would need to know what I'm looking for. Oh, my bad. It's, sorry, I got the units of measurement mixed up. 100 feet.
I figured you'd figure it out eventually.
I recall Harry being quite unhappy the last time you asked him to do something like that.
Also that. Also, there have been a few times he's been shot. Back. Yes, it was also a rather unreasonable request on my part. And I would not do that to Harry again. Right, Harry?
He's flying around above you right now.
Fair enough.
He seems to have tired of the conversation.
I don't blame him. So, how much further to verify before we decide whether to use the scroll or not?
For now, I'd say we get to the bridge, get to the other side of it, and get to the water's edge and see if we can see her camp's fires. She mentions they're fairly bright.
And they would be on the edge of the lake?
Usually. Trappers.
This is something your characters would know, even if the players are not necessarily picturing it this well. 40 miles, even 20 miles, you're not going to be able to see campfires on the other side. Your characters would know this.
No, but we might see them, 15 miles up the road or 10 miles. And if they're big, huge bonfires.
It also makes sense they'd be near the water.
Yeah, but they're on the western side of the Sorrow Seep. You're crossing the Seep Feed River at the bridge, which means as soon as you cross over the other side, I'm being generous with 40 miles. It's probably right immediately there. If you try to look, you're looking at 50 to 60 miles on the other side. If you travel further north, you're getting to the 40. If you get in the really narrow pass, you're probably about 20 miles there. But at that point, you're at least another day's travel by foot over the river.
Can we get there by faster using the boat?
Get where?
Where her tribe is, if they're camped next to the water. And
yes, that was already discussed. But you're in basically a longboat for 40 to 50 miles. Whether you want to be
the magical boat doesn't last that long.
Correct,
as I recall.
Correct.
Yes. It only lasts like what, an hour?
No, it's longer than that. It's longer than that, but it had the recharge then as well.
Yes. And it can't be used for the exact amount of time it was used. Well, it has a timer charge essentially, and it has to actually fill that back up in that amount of time.
How long's the charge, or how long does it last?
Let me find the note on it. Where did I put it? I know I had it written down.
I'm trying to find the item. We've been over this all once before. And I thought that people wrote it down then.
Lasts for 8 hours, and it...
Correct.
Oh, and it can't be used for another 24 hours afterwards. So, I was wrong even then.
The hours, though, we could shave quite a bit of distance going by this road.
But... what he's getting at is we could along the coast. And then use the boat instead of walking and get a great deal more time. I believe we do move quite a bit faster, and then my oar would make us even faster then. Slightly faster then. And then once the 8 hours is up, we get back out of the boat, or maybe just before so we don't get wet.
Anyway, at the appropriate time, we should use the boat to cut the time.
Throughout the entire conversation, Grolyd's the look on Grolyd's face grows more and more frustrated.
So is Pix. Looks like he's dealing with a headache right now. Fine.
We'll make this simple. Use the scroll. Actually, Grolyd stops the group. Use the scroll.
We all need to be together and in agreement in order to use it.
Yes, you all need to be in agreement to use it.
You're part of us, Grolyd.
I will go make certain her tribe is okay. And he looks directly at Nona. And if they are not, I'll find out what happened and I'll avenge it.
No, you won't, because you won't be with us.
Which is why I said I would, not we would.
Like I said, no, you won't, because then you won't be with us.
We're running into the exact same problem we had just a little while ago.
The thing is, Grolyd,
Too many things to do, not enough time to do them all. The only way to do that.
Let me interject. If we did not find this scroll, what would we be doing?
exactly what we're doing.
Then do it. Pretend we don't have the scroll at the moment, and let's continue on our way. This is ridiculous. We're not just
Pretending we don't have a gift from the Changebringer might bring its own problems, Whisky.
We're not pretending we don't have it. We're just continuing to finish up an important item before we use the scroll.
All we do is argue about it.
She's made the point. We need our barbarian whole and with us. We need to do this.
And she will have my word that it will be handled.
And how will she know it's done? And how will she know what's wrong with her tribe?
And how will you return to us?
Ryohn is to the point. Then she'll be worried about you on your own.
It's like Lincoln Ryan said.
Why are you the only?
And how will you return to us? Like, it's not like you know teleportation, so you can't come back.
There are other things I need to get done as well.
And again, that is not acceptable.
I regret that I will not be able to do them with you, but
Grolyd?
again,
March. We are not leaving you. You're not leaving us. That's the end of the story.
even Master Ibrahim knew better than to try to order me around.
I'm not your master.
Precisely my point.
She keeps walking.
I follow Nona. We can go find out, Nona.
We're not leaving you. She turns around. So you might as well come along.
Certainly appears you're leaving me right now.
Well, you'll follow eventually. We have the scroll to go take care of something else. And we get to check on this.
Besides, Grolyd, you already gave her your word that you'd check on it.
Right.
And I start following Nona.
If I cast Augury to divine some information, will that help us?
You need to stop and cast it. Is it a ritual?
It's a ritual, but nothing says I can't do it while I walk.
We can take lunch. And you can do that.
Alrighty then.
Good news? That's fine. You teleport. Bad news? I'll figure out what to do then.
How does your spell work, Awna?
I ask the stars for information in a way that's worded about our current course of action. And they let me know if it's a okay idea or not.
So I guess it's important that we come up with a good worded question.
I already have one.
Alrighty then. Let's keep going then.
If you need any help with it, let me know.
Sounds good. And she's going to ask the question as we walk towards Nona's tribe. Will we find them in about the same health as she left them?
Out of character, I don't think that's how augury works. Isn't augury something like the decision you make will it have a good or bad effect in the next 30 minutes?
Yeah, if you choose a particular course of action within the next 30 minutes, and the responses are woe, wheel, or woe and wheel. So good, favorable, unfavorable, or mixed.
As we walk towards Nona's tribe within the next 30 minutes, will we find them in about the same health as she left them?
It kind of fits.
It's a course of action and a question and a result. So.
The skies, at least to you, Nona, or Awna, sorry, grow.
Now you got everybody doing it.
Yeah.
Tix.
I appreciate it. Get very cloudy, and as you're trying to readjust your star charts and look through to peer through to the constellations, you're having a hard time seeing any of them whatsoever. You seem to have some kind of unfavorable response.
All right. It seems that they're not in the same health as she left them.
Now, this is for you, the player, to interpret. But I'm telling you, what you just said is not necessarily what you asked. I'm not sure whether that's intentional or not.
I just said that they're not in the same health.
Correct. That's not what you asked.
Yeah, it was. I put it. I messaged you as well.
The question asked was, if we continue walking down this path, will we find them in the same health as we left them?
In about the same health, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, the finding parts probably.
Well, having the course of action is the walking towards. It's not that we'll find them in 30 minutes. It's that
Correct.
if we do, we'll find them in the same health. So
Correct. I'm just telling you the interpretation is not the same as the question. Take that as you will. Or if you'd like to take, if you'd like to make an intelligence check, then you can do that.
no, I mean I got a will for we won't find them in the same health.
Correct.
So that's what I'll say.
Yeah, for the exact wording, that is correct.
So there's that.
Well, That can either mean they're doing better or they're doing worse.
Yeah, and I asked if it's about the same, so it's not slightly better or slightly worse. It's either significantly better or significantly worse.
How much do I know about the question and the spell?
The spell, probably what you've just heard described to you, and Awna has done this at least once or twice before. And I don't know that Awna is necessarily hiding the question because she voiced it out loud. So probably exactly what was stated.
Does Grolyd know the time mechanics of the augury spell?
I think that was, again, just mentioned in character as well.
I missed it then.
Yeah, within 30 minutes, Awna specifically.
Okay, so in that case, Grolyd's... So we're not likely to find them in the next half an hour. We already knew that.
Right, and the course of action is again walking towards Nona's tribe.
Yes, but we already knew we wouldn't be finding them in the next half an hour.
You know, that's not the... Sorry, I'll truncate that conversation too. That's not the intent of the spell. It's choose a course of action and actually do it within the next half hour. What will be the potential result when we, it's not, is it going to happen in the next half hour? It's something that we do in the next half hour. What will be the results of what the decision that we make?
Us
it's not
walking
necessarily
that direction in the next half hour.
The question was never, are we going to find them in the next half hour?
Okay.
So someone explains that to Grolyd because that's how he thought the spell worked.
Fair enough.
Sure. I just thought I'd, as a GM, jump in there so that's not the next half hour conversation.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So
where does this leave us then?
we teleport, and then I find a way back, and I find out what happened to my people, and we killed them all. Killed my people. We
That's if
teleport
we
to the
survive
greater.
going north.
We will. Whisky. We will. I have absolute faith that so.
How far are
Nothing
we?
more.
How far are we from your people?
4 days, maybe. Maybe a week, depending on exactly where they're at. How long it takes us to trudge through.
Or to find them.
Yeah, and to find them. They do move. We're nomadic. We were nomadic.
If they're dead, they're not nomadic.
Exactly. We were nomadic. Now, they'll rest where they're at until I get back. And I will come back. And I will find out what happened. Till then, there's something I need to bash somewhere else. And I really, really want to bash something right now.
Go find dinner and bash it.
I'll do that too.
Alrighty then.
So, I say we teleport. Grolyd?
Count me in, Nona, when you come back.
Oh, I don't think any of us are going to leave Nona to find those answers alone.
I'm counting on you, my little family here, to help me figure out what happened to them. Who's ready to teleport?
What's the weather like where we're going? Do we need to do any special preparations?
How do we know?
Very warmly. Everyone still has their winter gear, right?
At my back. Pack.
Yep.
Do you know what town we're going to?
I'm just talking about the north in general.
I'm
Just
I'm asking so you could send the goods that you purchased on this side of the mountains to there.
Do we have any way to tell them at this point?
There isn't much of a town.
And send them to Blumenthal. Send them somewhere. Because I can guarantee we're not coming back to that town.
We'll figure it out. All right.
Procrastinating does nothing.
Oh, you're right. But,
I start putting on my cold gear.
But
aren't we already wearing it?
It's not cold where we are now, is it?
it's warmer, certainly, than it was. Is everyone in agreement?
I'm sure that
specifically-
Grolyd is not.
I'm specifically looking at Grolyd and Willam.
There's the answer. Grolyd's feeding cats.
Oh, Willam.
Oh,
is,
Willam is. Willam is.
Grolyd.
Grolyd.
I was waiting for Willam to speak. Grolyd was waiting for Willam to speak up, but
Keep waiting.
apparently Willam has the link dead over his head again.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Grolyd looks like Grolyd is very, very unhappy. But hasn't said anything.
Honest.
It is about lunchtime. If you haven't stopped fully while you're doing this, it's probably a good time, especially if you're stopping to put on your cold weather gear. Depending on what it is that you're doing. Yes.
Yeah.
My question to Nona is why are you compromising?
The outcome we got was not good. There's
What?
nothing that can. I said the outcome that we got was not good. Which means they're already gone. Which means.
Which you don't know that.
No. I know enough the way that they were worded that it's not a good outcome. It sounds like to me. And there's very little we can do to get there quicker.
Now, I did ask if we did it by walking. If we do teleport there, that might change the outcome of your tribe. I don't know.
We will not teleport there. That is waste of a gift. That gets us somewhere else, where we need to be. Somewhere else that is of greater importance than what my tribe is. And I understand that. I understand, yes, it's my family. And I would sacrifice myself in a heartbeat if I thought that it would save them all. But at the same time, they're already gone as far as I'm concerned right now. To me. I've seen them dead. And I will not see them raised and turned into an army by whatever the hell is coming towards us. I will stop that. And then I will die to half of the country. And everybody else.
Will you?
Yes.
No, really, will you? We're trading weeks of travel for months of travel on an unknown.
Correct.
we may get there and find, after 6 months, that whatever it was that did what it did and did what it wanted to do has raised the entire tribe and used it to attack Aruth and Rathfell and Asarius. Or we may get there going straight there and find that they're not in the same health they were. The tribal leader is passed. That would be in lesser health. Or it's even possible that nothing has occurred beyond the natural. A disease has taken root, but nothing malicious, or they may have all been killed by a dragon. But we don't know anything. And we're trading a week of travel at the outside for months of travel. Months that Oban is going about doing his thing. And months that Baho is going about doing his thing.
What if that dream, Nona, was a warning, and that you could affect and save your tribe, but we teleported?
We have considered that.
We couldn't walk 4 or 5 more days. We came over here on a whim, and did not find what we were looking for. On a whim. Sea travel, all that, on a whim. Because we thought that Oban and the mage and stuff were coming here. But we were wrong.
Say on a hunch more than a whim.
We still didn't search deeper. We didn't look. We just went.
Correct. Very correct. I cannot disagree, as much as I might wish to.
And it could be Whisky, and I hate to admit this, but it could be that traveling to her tribe may be a whim that leads nowhere again. But we don't know.
That's not a whim. It leads to her sanity. It leads to her knowing that her family's fine. There's a difference between speculating and then believing they're dead, but knowing that everything is good. Or we could have prevented something.
Or knowing everything is not good.
I know we have to go to the north. I know. It's important. All of it's important. But we're here. We can't keep jumping around to places. We start on one thing and then all of a sudden something comes up and we go the other direction. We need to finish something.
I agree. But not everybody here does.
I'm with Whisky on this. We're here. If we teleport now, it will take us months, if ever, to return here. We need to see this while we're here, then
let those who want to teleport go. We'll go to Nona, we'll find our way, we'll go through the mountains, we'll go to the guards, and we'll find our way out and go to the north. It'll take us a couple months, but, we'll get there. Maybe we'll be able to find somebody and pay them to teleport us. Or maybe the traveler, maybe she will be gracious enough, because maybe we have to be bold enough to retribute her people, that she'll gift us with another teleport.
If we're going to split the party, so to speak, best if only one of us goes.
Agreed.
Just keep walking.
Everything we've run
Stop
into
being the
so far,
savior of the world. We're all here. We're all going.
and practically speaking, Grolyd, everything we've run into recently has taken all of us to come back.
My vision is you walking by yourself and the shadow dragon coming down and killing you.
If you were just
for no reason.
If you were just hunting monsters, Grolyd, the way you have been, that would be sufficient, more than sufficient. I have every confidence. But we're in a different realm now. We're battling legends. We're battling our opposites. We're battling vestige hunters, and some who have already found theirs. No one of us can do this.
Sure, we could go home and tuck ourselves in front of a fire, but that's not going to stop what's coming.
Never said
We
I'd
don't
be
have
able
enough clues to
do
figure out what is going on. We don't have enough clues.
I never said I'd be doing anything on my own. I would be getting the information, doing the hunting, not the confronting.
No, but they're going to be hunting you.
That's the thing.
And you have a way to communicate with us.
Do you think Bajo is going to let this go?
Yeah. We may not get the choice of when and where the confrontation takes place.
While we're all together, we're fine. He's not going to touch us because we are a force. Once we separate, that's it.
Which is why it's best if only one of us goes. The rest of the group has the safety in numbers, and the other person has a lot less presence.
We may have safety in numbers, but we don't have safety in sanity. You keep
None of us have ever had that.
It's about time we give it to one person at least.
If you want to
Done a
go
lot for us. She has done a lot for us. If it wasn't for Nona, most of us would be dead. So we give it to her, and we take her to her people and show her they're alive. That's the least we can do to reward her.
The same could
The
be
blood she
said of
spilled
Awna.
for us.
We're not ignoring yours or Awna's area that we want to go to. We're just trying to get to one that we're already next to, I believe.
No, I get that. It's just with all the arguments for or against, we're belittling the other.
Belittling nothing. Whisky said it himself. We definitely need to go north. It's important. We're belittling nothing.
It's a decision of keep going or go now. That is the decision. And that's the problem. Neither one of us we don't have enough information how quickly, because Grolyd did make a point. We could get up there and be like, well, nothing's happening right now. Might not show up for another 6 months. Might not show up for another 2 weeks. We would have had enough time to go, hi. Okay, you guys are all alive. Great. Bye. And leave. Or,
If it's all connected. What if it's all connected?
it
I
may
don't
be.
think it is.
If Pete had reports of a shadow dragon flying,
That
Better
just means
question, what if it's not all connected?
Exactly.
we still haven't taken care of.
We already know at least some of it's connected. Because it involves people getting or hunting vestiges on the other side, just like we are.
How odd is it that we go to the outback, to somewhere where there's nothing, and Grolyd gets stabbed in the back, and this person in the Fae knows him? This is just, does anybody see this? It's not coincidental.
And remind us, even though we didn't really find what we were looking for in the south, what we did find were vestiges of the evil Queen of Dragons. Someone was hunting them. I think it's safe to say Ibaho has a vestige of his own. That's the only thing that I think would give him such power.
What the gems on his forehead?
That's one of them.
Aren't those another vestige?
I believe they are.
Well, the group is decided. Let's keep walking.
And let's stop worrying at it like an old bone. Been over it enough.
And indeed, it has taken the better part of your day as you're continuing to move toward the north and toward the bridge that Grolyd and I would imagine Nona, this is close enough to where you would have traveled through that you're probably also familiar with this particular crossing.
Yeah.
It is not quite sundown, but you're approaching the last couple of hours of travel that you would want to be taking during the course of the day. Haven't come across the bridge yet. Grolyd, you're fairly confident. The little bits of pauses here and there, stops in to continue conversations, that type of thing, has slowed you down just a tiny bit, but not significantly at all. So you feel like it's going to, you can either push ahead to the river and risk getting there much, much closer to actual nightfall, or you can set up camp as usual a couple hours behind and then know that you'll reach the river within your first couple of hours the next day.
Good to go to the river. The creatures drink at night. Very busy.
Yeah.
Push. If Grolyd asks.
You don't have to twist Grolyd's arm. Grolyd doesn't stop unless someone tells him to.
If we're going to camp at the river, we have to camp on the bridge.
If Grolyd keeps going, then follow Grolyd.
Grolyd will walk till he's dead.
And so will I.
It is certainly possible to continue through the night if you're wanting, or at least into the night, if not all the way through the night, if you actually are wanting to do that. You just risk taking a point of exhaustion and doing so. At some point, you definitely will.
I will go to the point of taking that, and then I'll stop. I have to camp by myself. Because I'm no good, and nobody's any good if we're exhausted.
Yeah, Grolyd's not going to exhaust anybody.
So we'll make it to the river without being exhausted?
Oh yeah, you can definitely make it to the river. It's just your last hour or so will be in more darkness as opposed to being able to set up camp before then.
How big is the bridge?
It's not overly large. It's basically, it's the merchant path. If you really want to call it that, you guys have not really come across any, although you haven't really been on the path itself. But it's the one road that goes in and through Yggdrathod, but that doesn't really mean a whole lot because the 7 hosts themselves kind of intertrade. Mostly this has been built or maintained by the dynasty. Grolyd, you definitely would know this. Nona, and maybe even Pix, because Asarius is kind of your stomping grounds. This would be the main route should anyone choose to actually come north from Yggdrathod with wares, such as the iron that comes from Grolyd's hometown, that type of thing, to go to the dynasty. But it's not overly large. It's maintained by a pair of watchtowers, largely just to make sure it doesn't get overrun by creatures, but it's not overly large. It's basically large enough for carts to pass each other.
But stone.
Yes, it's a little better built than just some sort of rickety old bridge.
Okay, because if you want to sleep on the bridge for protection, I'm not sleeping on a wooden bridge. That's not really. So
I think we should stay off the bridge to keep the bridge clear. But we can certainly camp near it.
I don't think merchants really travel the bridge at night.
Not necessarily always merchants.
Question is, are there guards in the guard towers?
How far are you looking to push?
They want to push to the bridge.
Normally, if you guys set out around 8 o'clock in the morning, your normal day of travel is just 8 hours. So you're looking at 4 p.m. getting ready to set up camp, have dinner, that type of thing. You can push as much as another 4 hours without any real issue, and you would probably get to the bridge, maybe even get to the other side of the bridge, no problem in that 4 hours. But it would be 8 p.m. and especially in the middle of nighttime winter, it's going to be colder and it's going to be obviously pitch black at that point.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Grolyd's planning to push to the far side of the bridge unless someone stops him.
But if people need light, I can create it for them.
At this point, the only one who really does is Nona, and she's got the continual flame still.
Can we put the bonfire on the tensor's floating disc?
That's an outstanding idea.
I can, yes.
I was just asking. Hit the portable fire.
That'd be a great idea. We just all walk around the fire, stay nice and toasty.
We cook dinner while we move.
Would a bonfire fit on?
It's a 5-foot space.
It doesn't weigh 500 pounds.
Well, unfortunately, Tensor's floating disc is only 3 feet.
We'll build a small fire on top of it. How about that?
A bonfire's not 5 feet wide, is it?
Yeah, it takes up a 5-foot space, but it will start anything on fire that's there.
So do I, but I'm not 5 feet wide.
Right. So anything that's on there, I basically started on fire, and then my spell goes out after a minute, and then the fire just keeps going.
Yeah, Tensor's floating disc takes up a 5-foot space too. It's not 5 feet though.
I'm just telling you, it's
just
3 feet in diameter.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll stack wood on there and tinder and everything, and we'll do that, and then somebody can light it on fire.
It also only lasts an hour.
It'll work.
And then we start a brush fire.
Yep.
You want to know if there's anybody in the watchtower? That's one way to do it.
All along the watchtower?
Starting a brush fire.
Yeah. Anyway, we can get to the other side of the bridge. It'll be dark, but again, I think we've got enough sources of light or dark vision that's not a hard to push.
On the dark anyway, right? If we're going to see any campfires or anything in the distance, though, I guess we're too far at this point.
Oh, we'll be too far for a while.
Yeah, you, Grolyd and Nona, you would know the only chance of having a lucky view on the other side would be at least another full day's journey to that little narrow waistband cinching section. And I mean, or you could go 2 days journey to up where it really narrows up and becomes a little bit more of a giant river, and potentially see something there. But Nona, at that point, your tribe is usually further south than that this time of year.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm telling you is there's a rare off chance of potentially getting super lucky and seeing across at that narrow spot. But other than that, there's no chance anywhere else for certain because it's just far too wide.
Are they on one side of the lake specifically, or could they be on either side?
No, they are specifically
side.
On the western edge. Yes. At least this time of year, somewhere around that forested area on the western side. All right. Any opposition at all to pushing ahead for another 4 hours and getting at least to the bridge, if not the other side?
No, there's no opposition.
No.
All right.
Yeah, as long as we're not exhausting, then I'm good.
Who said? I think it was Pix and Awna up front. were the ones who declared that. Grolyd obviously has to be taking the lead, but my guess is he has quite a bit on his mind. So let me actually have Pix and Awna make perception checks, please.
Awna is AFK at the moment.
Well, then Grolyd, go ahead.
Apparently, Grolyd does have stuff on his mind. That's
I had a feeling.
18.
All right, so Grolyd, you kind of know what to expect, but you're a little bit distracted as you come up on the near side of the bridge and the watchtower that's on that side. Pix, you see, at least based on the current lay of the land, where everything has just been slightly rolling hills, but mostly just flat. It's like traveling through Nebraska. Like there's just nothing going on. And then suddenly there's a structure out seemingly in the middle of nowhere. And so it looks by comparison to be towering. It's probably, you would guess, maybe 40 feet, something like that. It's not anything massive, but it definitely in this particular area suddenly stands out to you.
Okay, I'll point it out. Grolyd, Nona, does that look familiar to either of you?
We're at the bridge.
Yeah, bridge, watchtowers. So, yeah.
Okay, wanted to be sure.
Well, actually, Nona wouldn't see crap, so.
You can see once Pix points it out, there is light coming from a few of the openings in like the windows. It seems to be well lit, at least inside. Grolyd, you know that works almost like a land-based lighthouse. That people who are maybe not familiar with the area, especially traveling at night, it becomes a beacon that tells people, look, if you're wanting to cross the river, this is where you do it.
I will say that he relays that information because he just got up and walked away real quick.
Fair enough.
Alrighty.
So as you push ahead a little bit further, it is probably your equivalent to about 7 p.m. at this point. You've pushed an extra 3 hours. And you can see this off in the distance. Now is probably a good time for us to take our break if anybody's wanting to do that. Does that sound fair?
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
Yes.
All right.
Back in about 5.
Yep. See you soon. All right, we are back from our break. You guys are approaching the first watchtower on the near side of the bridge. Would you like to maintain your course or do anything different?
Go up Nona or get closer to Nona. Nona, is there anyone in those watchtowers?
Well, if that's a strike button, it works. Yeah. Sometimes.
I believe
Lights are
Grolyd
on.
said that.
Maybe they'll have news. If something has gone wrong, maybe they'll have heard some rumor or something.
It's a possibility.
We can at least stop long enough to inquire. And Willam will push forward to Grolyd. Grolyd, any chance the lookouts in those watchtowers might have news of anything that's happened?
They mostly are there just to keep the bridge in operation, but they may have seen something or heard something.
I'm not suggesting we stop long or have a palaver or anything, but might be worth a quick inquire.
Well, we're going to be camping near the bridge one way or the other, so... It may know something.
And
Grolyd,
our approach.
Yeah, Grolyd keeps pushing forward.
All right. You continue your walk. Go ahead.
I was just going to make a joke and roll initiative.
Oh, there's still time.
So
you move.
You say.
You move ahead, and if you haven't yet spotted the tower in the distance, it does come into full view. It's nothing incredibly aesthetically pleasing. It does look like that it's set up. Whisky, you would at least appreciate this. It does seem to be set up both for defensive positioning, where there are like arrow slats, but they look oversized because, again, it seems to be overly lit in a way that anybody coming from any of the cardinal directions, and to some degree the diagonals as well, can very clearly see light in the same distance that you were able to spot it initially, Pix. It does seem to kind of be a beacon drawing people in if you happen to get lost along the way, and now everybody's kind of spotting that. So if you weren't sure where you were headed, now you definitely know. And as you get a little bit closer, you draw within a couple hundred yards away, you can see even further in the distance a second tower, kind of on the diagonal. This one is to the right side of, or presumably, the bridge. Those of you who have decent dark vision kind of spot that with a little bit of a light that's emanating from the tower itself. And then on the far side, on the left of the bridge, is a second one, at least by the way the lighting structure is set up, nearly identical. In this particular light and time of day, there's not really any movement activity that you can see whatsoever, but again, it's relatively dark, so.
We wanted to push to the other side, yes?
Yes.
Grolyd's planning on it.
All right. Let's keep walking then.
Right. Another 10 minutes or so, and you do get very close to the base of this tower, and you see now what was difficult to make out from that far back. There are a couple of guards stationed, not presumably in the tower also, but in front of the bridge itself. And they hail you as you come closer. State your business.
Crossing the bridge for travel.
This we can see. Is there a necessity to cross now?
We're just planning on making as best time as we can, but if there's a reason not to cross now, we can wait till morning.
Just a formality. It's not dangerous or difficult to cross, but the two look at each other a little bit. Odd. But if you need to.
We're simply in a bit of a rush and looking to make as much time as we can.
Very well, no funny business. Don't stop for more than a few moments on the bridge in case there are travelers from the other side.
Understood.
And they part and just kind of gesture for you to keep moving.
All right.
And that we do. I'll push forward all the way to the far side of the bridge.
At that point, you see two other guards who hear you moving across the bridge and have turned from their outward facing to turn back towards you. And again, you kind of get the same line of questioning. State your business.
Just traveling.
And your destination?
Eventually Asarius.
By means of?
The road.
You get a sigh from the other one, and he's like, look, man, it's late. We don't want any... We're just trying to make sure there's no funny business happening on the roads. Last thing we want to do is hunt you down later. We'd rather just kind of take care of it now if we have to. Just work with us a little bit here.
One of us is of the tribes people, planning on visiting them. Any news of them to the north?
The tribesmen in the north?
On the banks of the lake.
Tangle Claw clan.
He looks and kind of looks at some of your like clothing and attire, although you're wearing a lot of your winter gear at this point, right?
Yeah, but Anthony, I did say one of us. I said one of us is of them. We're planning
right, I'm talking to Nona right now. He looks... do you have any like regalia or whatever? You guys just kind of wear whatever you want to wear?
Mostly wear what we want to wear.
Okay. And he kind of looks at you.
Hunters, trappers, so she's got her bear cloak.
Okay. He kind of looks at you a little bit and says, you one of them? Aren't you people usually on the other side?
Usually, but I went adventuring occasionally as we do.
I mean, you're on the wrong side if you're going to be walking to find them, right?
Uh-huh.
All right. Seems like a long walk, but more power to you if that's where you're headed.
What do you mean on the wrong side?
I guess you haven't heard anything.
No, they tend to keep to themselves. I mean, I guess you would know that, but...
Seen any dragons?
Mm-hmm. She smiles.
They both kind of stiffen up and look at each other and look at you and say, should we have seen dragons?
Just asking. We are in the north, right?
Yeah, we're kind of getting there.
No, you guys are still pretty... If you had to split Wildemount in half, you're still pretty much in the south.
I didn't see the map.
There hasn't been any actual reports of dragons in years anywhere. What do you mean in the north? And one of them actually pulls out a parchment and starts readying to take notes.
There were a couple in the south. We took care of it.
You killed a dragon.
A couple of them, yeah.
2, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And
Yes, a white and a green.
And a wyvern.
You killed a young white. The green was a wormling. So depending on how you want to interpret that.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on telling them the age of the dragons.
Gotcha.
Yes, and I just said a wyvern too. So
They kind of look at each other again and look at you very skeptically and say, mm-hmm. And the guy...
Guess what
doesn't even
out of my pack. Guess what I pull out of my pack?
And I pull out a dragon scale.
Do you remember the claw or tooth I took?
I know what you're talking about. Tell me what you're doing with it.
I'm pulling it out to show them. And I go, see? I didn't find this on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're not interested in buying any of your wares, so continue on.
Keep an eye open. There have been dragons in the area.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Go, Grolyd, go, Grolyd, go, Grolyd.
That is an 18.
The one with the parchment kind of sighs, and he's half put the thing back away and pulls it back out and says, all right, duly noted, and kind of scribbles some stuff down. Dragons in the area. I'll report it in. Thank you for your service to the dynasty. And he kind of is taking the group in as a whole, and as he's saying that, so hesitant.
Are these the
You're very
Bright
welcome.
Queen's people?
These seem to be part of the Aurora Watch, yes. A similar regalia.
I still say you're very welcome.
I hope you find your people. And it doesn't take you too long to walk all the way around the lake. He still kind of has a quizzical look on his face.
Is there a faster way that you're aware of?
Not starting on the wrong side, probably.
So we're supposed to go back and start on the other side?
That's not what he meant. We've been traveling north from further south. Not a whole lot we could do about it.
Fair enough.
Hey, south.
Maybe we'll get lucky and they're actually on this side.
Doubt it. You all have a pleasant evening, and thank you for your doing your duty. And Pix proceeds to get off the bridge.
You as well? Are you planning on traveling much further tonight? It seems to be clear. Last reports come in, but you never know how creatures get later in the evening as opposed to during the day.
We were actually planning on camping on this side for the evening.
Fair enough. If anything comes nearby, we'll be sure to alert you.
Oh, thank you. And yeah, Pick starts looking for a nice place off the road to start setting up camp.
That you can do. They kind of gesture for you to, which sort of what you're already doing. Make sure you're very well removed from the main path.
Yeah. And yeah, we'll once there's a nice enough spot, we'll start setting up tents and such, and we'll start laying down the ritual for Tiny Hut.
All right. That you can do.
Out of character, did Awna ever get the chance to cast her augury?
She did.
She did, yep.
That was what the second round of arguments was about.
I think
he was speaking.
I think he missed that entire thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's right.
All right. So Tiny Hut being cast, you can provide whatever amount of light or lack of light inside that you'd like. Change to whatever exterior color you'd like it to be, and it is climate controlled.
Yes. So, not cold.
Is it something where you can adjust the lighting later in the night, or no?
I can adjust it whenever, I believe.
That's fine. Sure.
That's cool.
But I was gonna keep it dark. I mean, we're all gonna go to bed, and again, most of us have dark vision anyway.
Is there anything any of you would like to do as Pix is finishing the ritual and you guys are all settling down? It's late as in terms of how much you've traveled, so you guys are probably all pretty wiped. You basically have walked for 12 hours straight.
Watches.
I'll take a first watch, let everybody else get some rest.
I'll take first watch with you. Not much good when it gets much darker.
I'll take the last.
I'll take last with picks.
I'll take second.
I'd take
And I will take second as well.
All right. So Grolyd and Nona, if you'd like to make your checks. And then if there's anything else you'd like to be doing, conversing or otherwise.
I'm going to say that is a 13.
I rolled a 1, so I got a total of 4.
That was loud.
Nona, you are extremely exhausted, but more mentally than physically. And so as much as you're trying to pay attention, your mind and heart is elsewhere right now. Grolyd, 13, you can see the guards off on the side. They change watch around the time that you guys actually settle in to start yours. Seems fairly regimented, not overly militaristic this far out. It seems like there's a little bit lax, but seem to also follow protocol the way that you would know Aurora Watch soldiers typically do. But there really isn't much else to see outside of the guards guarding.
And when the end of watch comes around, I will nudge Willam and was it Link that was going on second as well?
Willam, Link, and I think Whisky, unless one of them decides not to. Okay.
Yep.
All right, so I will nudge them awake in that order.
All right, you guys can go ahead and make your checks also. And then let me know if there's anything in particular you're wanting to do while you're on watch.
5.
Willam's right there with me.
That's a 3 because of a natural 1.
We're earning our name tonight.
That's a 16 for Link.
25, 3, and a 16. Willam, you're probably also a little bit distracted. You know, Nona has not fully been present today. And you know that Grolyd is super distracted, both with his own situation, but then wanting to deal with Nona's situation. And your whole thing is don't split the party. And so you're kind of pondering how do we kind of make all of this work at the same time without kind of fracturing the group.
Very much so. That's his biggest fear at this point, that the group is going to fracture because we seem to be so split in our goals.
Yeah. So it makes perfect sense that you are perceiving internally right now, but very much not externally. Whisky, it's quiet, it's cold. There's a little bit of like a breeze that kind of flows through the tree line, and this is kind of the first bit of larger forested area. It's by no means massive, but where you are is kind of the first bit of larger copse of trees that you guys have come across in days, probably close to a week at least, maybe longer. And so it's interesting. You hear a little bit of musicality as the wind is kind of blowing through the trees and making both the branches creak at weird intervals, but also just kind of the whistle of the wind as it kind of chills the air. But the fact that you're able to focus that intently on something like that tells you there's really nothing else going on out there. And Link, it's a nice clear night. Cold, especially, well, you're from up in the mountains, so it's probably not overly cold for you, but yeah, it's clear, calm, and not really anything going on. Is there anything you want to do or converse about before you hand things off?
Nope.
All right, well, in that case, I assume you pass things off to third group, which was Pix and Ryohn, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, only an 8 for me.
Let's see. Come on. I think they're slowing down over here. Come on. 18 again.
All right. Ryohn, you kind of are true to form. Don't really pay attention much of anything, but very routinely will offer to take watch, whether it's wishful thinking that you do a great job or, hoping that maybe you'll get better at it. But whatever the case is, you're at least consistent. Pix, this is starting to feel a little bit more like home. You didn't really spend a whole lot of time, I don't think, outside of Asarius in this lifetime. But the lay of the land is starting to look and feel a lot more kind of dark, sunken grays, as opposed to, at least where you were, it was badlands of brown with some green kind of popping up from in various places, and then the grasslands itself that was lots of green. It was just kind of open and broad. Now you have very open area, but all the tones are much more muted. Grays and browns, and it's like neutral tones, but neutral if the saturation was also just sucked out of it. For a lot of people, it's probably drab and almost depressing, and a lot of this area, for you, it reminds you of home.
Yeah.
But not much to see.
All right.
Harry does actually perch in a nearby tree and just kind of stay there for the night, unless you call him over to do something with him.
Maybe just to spend a little quality time, but beyond that, not really.
Okay, fair enough.
Ryohn basically looks like he's stargazing.
Awna, he's staring at you.
Shh, don't let her know.
She knows. She's got the highest passive insight.
Yeah, right.
Anything, Ryohn or Pix, that you'd like to do or say on your watch?
Ryohn looks like he occasionally wants to say something, but then doesn't.
If you have something to say, Ryohn, go ahead.
I don't really know what I want to say, unfortunately. I mean, other than that, you do know we want to get over there and see what we can do to help you and Awna with your goals. I just hate to see us pass up Nona with one of her important things while we're so close.
I get that, but I also feel like we're still just doing the same old thing that we're always doing. And based on what your new patron was reminding of us, that is something we need to break out of.
I could agree with you, except for the fact that we're so close and we have a specific goal in mind. Unlike when we first came over here and we didn't really know what we were doing. We thought maybe they might be after a dragon's body, and we weren't sure, and we got over here and fumbled around and stumbled into several things, but we didn't really know anything. Now we at least know that there's a potential danger and about where it will be.
Yes, and I could make the same point with Awna's vision as well. There's
right, but we're a ways from there.
Yeah, right. But we wouldn't have to be, and Pix kind of holds up the scroll for a moment. He's been kind of fingering it the whole time. Never been too far away. All I'm saying is that there are no good options here.
I agree with you totally on that.
Change is inevitable, after all.
We're screwed either way. If we ignore what's over here, then Awna and Grolyd aren't going to be in the coming battles where we go. And if we stay here, then you all aren't going to be wholehearted in it. But I think this is one of those things where we need to be patient and support our colleagues while they go through something trying.
I'll support them, but that won't stop me from thinking it was the wrong decision.
And it may be, but we won't know that.
Oh, I think we will in due time. And, well, sun's about up. I say we should start rousing everyone.
Yep. Oh. All right. Well, thanks.
And yeah, we'll proceed to start getting everybody up.
All right. Easy enough to do?
Yep. Yeah, I have let's see, is there actually anything I want to change out?
Yeah, I don't think anybody other than Pix has the... Well, I guess Awna has prepared spellcasting, but nobody's really done anything that requires using the long rest command. But anybody who needs to do the updates on spells, now's the time to do it, as you're waking up and preparing for the day. Once everybody's up and prepped, and Grolyd, let me know which potions you're doing. For the rest of you, the day's yours. What would you like to do?
Same.
Oh,
Yep.
All right. For the north you head. Are you trying to stay on specifically on the road, or are you trying to stay just like skirt right on the edge of the coast? For the most part, it maintains about the same, the same direction, but it is probably, at different points, quarter mile to half mile away from the coast itself, the road.
and Nona thinks we have the fastest chance of getting where we might find her tribe.
Well, she said they fish, so I feel like closer to the coast is needed.
Do we need to cross over to the other bank here or go further down?
Well, if you want to travel anywhere up to 40 miles of water.
The bridge wasn't 40 miles across. It was pretty narrow here, right?
To get to the side that we need to be, yes, we'll be needing to cross quite a bit. But unless, well, Awna.
Yeah.
You still have those goggles, the eyes of the eagle, yes?
I do. I use them all the time.
I forget precisely, but they let you... Do they let you see clear or in more detail at farther distances?
Yeah, I can make out details from pretty far away.
Then maybe.
So long as the conditions are favorable, that's certainly
Right.
quite manageable.
Well, if we do want to, well, it would be a long shot to spot the other coast from this side, but I would say of anyone, then you would have the best chance. If that's something we want to try to do, or just keep to the road and wait, or wait till I forget what or at least wait till we get to the mouth of the Etholin River to cross. Save the day, maybe.
Because there keeps being some question about what side is what side. You guys are that orangey dot just on the other side of the bridge, and Nona's tribe typically would be somewhere inside that green area during this time of year.
That's where I figured.
Right, I know, but for some it seems to be question.
What are you looking at when you're saying that?
The picture that I just posted in the live play channel.
Okay, I was trying to find the map that's pinned in the general channel.
And Ryohn, I also linked the map itself in the out of character channel when we first started today. A new link to it. So, but yes, the pinned message is always there.
Yeah, I didn't see it there earlier, so thanks. Okay. I got it.
So your quick and dirty math, so it doesn't have to come up in a debate later. 8 hours in the boat, if and when you decide to use the boat, will get you about 24 miles tops, unless you can actually get some sort of a current that's going to take you faster, or you have some other means to propel you along, such as Grolyd's recently found ability. But Grolyd, how much quicker does that allow you to move?
Not significantly, but let me go check for certain. It's not too far. Increases the ship's speed by 5 feet.
Okay. It basically, you're able to travel just as fast. It's 3 miles per hour, which is, I think, about the assumption for walking speed as well. So you'd be moving 35 instead of 30. So 3.5 times 8. So you're going to get another 4 miles potentially out of it. So 28 miles would be your maximum if you really wanted to push and run the risk of, the thing running out on you in the middle of the water. So that's your max you could travel in the boat. Just a heads up, since I know it'll come up later.
How far across is that water at the lower narrow point? Directly across from the green circle?
You may be able to find something that's 20 miles across there, with some good rowing and some good survival checks to find kind of the best currents and stuff like that. You may be able to do that in about 20 miles.
Which would leave us an 8-mile cushion.
Aside from that, up where it narrows closer to Asarius, it's probably only about 8 to 10 miles at that point.
Then we'd still have to come back and walk south again.
Correct, yes. But it would still be faster than going all the way up to Asarius and across the bridge.
Yeah.
You'd probably save at least a day and a half, even if you went up and crossed at the more narrow spot. But yes, if you could find a way across, obviously that would be the fastest way in the first narrow.
The better question is does anybody in the group know where that point, that narrowest point, not the northernmost narrow point, but kind of in that little hourglass section there that's directly across from the green circle? Does anybody here actually know where the narrowest point is in that area? Because our characters aren't looking at the map like players here are.
Right.
Don't we have a map?
We do.
You have you have a map of the Dwendalian Empire that has super rough sketches of like the Ashkeeper Peaks area and slightly over here. So if you have anything that includes Asarius in this, it's kind of rough blob type drawings. You've learned at this point, even when you were looking at Draconia, it's not overly accurate, which is why Whisky has actually been updating and creating a new map as he goes.
Well, Nona's the person who lives here, so talk to her.
Nona,
where the best place is.
Make a survival check.
No, I got 8.
Yeah, your people really, for the most part, stay on the western edge. They'll go all the way into the mountains a little bit in the south there and up to Asarius. But for the most part, if you venture over to the eastern side to do anything other than just like basic trading, it's because the game is for some reason not plentiful that year, or the types of things that you would gather are maybe the floodwaters have kind of washed away or something on that side, and you're looking to move elsewhere. It's kind of your emergency stopgap to go on the eastern side, but for the most part, you spend most of your time on that western side between the mountains and Asarius and the waters themselves. Grolyd, you probably have traveled this a little bit more. You know the faintest like path of the road itself, and are smart enough to know that it kind of vaguely follows the path of the coastline, but you haven't actually been on the coast itself. You've just kind of traveled the road. And Willam, probably the same thing. You have the understanding of kind of how the road goes here, but you haven't really had a reason to go specifically to the coast and look for the narrowest part on the coast by any means.
Okay.
In that case, unless it's horribly slower than traveling the road, Grolyd will actually keep right on the coast, and start, keeping an eye out for any place where maybe he's not expecting to be able to, because it's a huge lake and he knows it's a huge lake, but on the off chance that maybe someone more sharp-eyed than he might spot some place that works.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's that much slower going. The coastland here is not like fresh, white sand beaches or anything. It's kind of more like what you would see in a lot of European places where it's actually fairly rocky, not craggy, but it's just it's almost like gravel in certain places right along the coastline. It's easy enough to travel. It may not be as comfortable as walking along a road, and you might from time to time have to kind of venture further east or further west to make sure the waters don't just start kind of coming right up on you. But for the most part, it's easy enough to follow. And you guys know, based on at least the rough map that you have and the knowledge that Grolyd and Willam have, is that by all accounts, you're looking at close to a day from here before the turn west. And at that point, then you're probably going to need to be looking a little bit more.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's push on.
Grolyd will keep marching.
Yeah, along the coast, there's not a whole lot to see. If you wanted to stop and hunt for any type of waterfowl or do any fishing yourself, you're welcome to. I don't know if anybody has any of that type of equipment with them, but you could.
We do.
Oh yeah, Grolyd always has tackle on him, fishing tackle.
Grolyd always tackles things.
I bought like 3 of them back at where was it? It wasn't Blumenthal. It was
Felderwin.
Felderwin.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. I have my fishing tackle that you got me.
Yeah, and I believe I also gave one to Whisky.
So yeah, if you wanted to, even if it was when you're stopping for your meals or whatever, if people want to do any fishing, you can. And Link is kind of naturally good at this as well. So, but yeah, I just didn't know how much you were really wanting to push, whether you wanted to stop to take breaks or whether you're just kind of marching and travel rations as you go.
Grolyd will eat while he walks unless someone says something.
Same.
That's why I was throwing it out there, because that's kind of Grolyd's default, is never stop, ever.
That relentlessness.
I just realized I can't get fish the way I used to.
Can't lightning the water.
I lost that ability when I switched patrons.
Oh.
You go to lightning the water and it fizzles. It's like, what? Aww.
I
Now
can make it look like I did that.
You can steam the fish now, though.
That's true.
Yeah, I can cook them.
You cast Sacred Flame on them in the water and it just kind of quick steams them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so field rations and quick travel it is. Yep, you're able to make decent time. And you get a little bit further than potentially you could have along the road. It's also easier to see as the coastline starts to kind of veer off to the west. Awna, by nature, you're able to ascertain the heavenly bodies. That's kind of your thing. And so you're the first one to pick up on what eventually becomes a little bit more apparent to everybody else, that you're starting to not move directly north anymore. You're starting to kind of move northwest. And at this point, it's probably 2-3 in the afternoon. And again, you're at that point of, do you want to push further and see how far you can get versus do you want to stop and make camp?
Grolyd will keep walking until someone tells him to stop.
That's why I'm always throwing it out there, because I figured that is Grolyd's default. So is anyone stopping Grolyd, or are you just trudging wordlessly on?
What time did you say it was?
It's probably 2 or 3 in the afternoon. So again, if you started at 8 a.m., that's kind of our default. Then you're looking at, it's probably pretty soon we need to find a place to stop, or are we going to keep pushing for a couple more hours like we did before?
Push.
Yeah, we're on a time crunch here.
Okay. You continue pushing on.
Out of character, here's the thing I don't get. If 8 hours is full travel and 8 hours is full rest, what are we supposed to do with the other 8 hours?
Do something with your life.
Yep.
Pre-booting.
You can always take more time as part of your rest, which is what I assumed you did during some of your other times of travel. But again, the multiple days of pushing yourself is still going to run the risk of that same exhaustion, or just over a longer period of time rather than it happening immediately. Because you're still running yourself down. 8 hours of just walking nonstop versus 12 hours of walking nonstop over the course of a couple of days is going to feel a lot different. And then, maybe then you rest and recover longer to make up for the difference. It's up to you. You can also...
We've got 4 unaccounted 4 hours.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You technically, at this point, probably, unless you got up at 4 a.m., you probably just took a long rest in order to recover from the extra amount of time that you marched. Because there wasn't really anything else that you were doing. If you wanted to get up at 4 a.m. and start, then you very easily could have. Your rest would have allowed you to do that.
Nah, we just slept till sunup.
Okay.
class. It's time for breakfast and bathing and
That was my
things.
assumption. You pushed hard for 12 hours and you rested for 12 hours. And so then you didn't necessarily gain that potential for exhaustion over time because you rested longer as well. Is that kind of the plan for today as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Grolyd's plan.
Yeah.
Okay. Then yes, it's not too hard to continue following the coast, bypassing any potential people you might have seen on the road. You don't know, but there's definitely some wildlife here. More fish, more waterfowl. Again, if you choose to stop and hunt and fish, then you can. Otherwise, I assume you're pressing forward as far as you can go for the day. So yeah, you take the bend around the time you would normally stop. You take the bend and start going much more directly west at some point. And so push for a couple more hours. And at this point, you really are starting to feel pretty tired.
Then yeah.
And it is definitely nighttime.
Yeah. Call for a rest. And yeah, just get camp ready. And since we're here, fish for some food. And then yeah, just
I will help Pix fish for food.
Okay, if Nona is helping you, Pix, you can make a survival check with advantage.
And we determined making a potion takes 8 hours.
It depends on your potion.
Basic healing potion.
I believe that was the case. It should say it in.
Yes.
Pix finds all the fish.
Harry also helped. He was pointing out the good spots because
Pix, it's actually a struggle here. You're in an area you've never been to. It's at least close to home, but you've never really been here, and you're a bird, so not really overly fond of water necessarily.
I still remember that time I almost got eaten by a shark.
And it's also pitch black right now. So you're kind of casting out in the middle of nowhere, and it's hard to you're basically having to do all this by feel.
Well, I do have the goggles of night, so...
Congratulations, you see pitch black water. That's still the problem. Like, there's nothing to see. It's hard to see shadow inside of shadow, you know what I mean?
Pix uses the light spell to make the angler fish lure.
That might work.
And it really kind of it takes a while, and Nona's kind of coaching you a little bit, and you're almost ready to completely give up. And then you feel, is that a tug? I think that was a tug. And you kind of yank back on it almost instinctively. You're a little like kleptomaniac minor bird, right? Your initial reaction is, don't steal my stuff. I'm the one that steals from you. And so give me back. It's mine. And you yank back on it, and the hook seems to catch. And you start to quickly pull in the slack and start to reel this in. I need you to roll me a D4 and then a D100, please.
Can I put like a comma in between them and just do them both at the same time?
Probably not.
Okay. A 1 and a 20. .
You found Nessie.
Roll for initiative.
Please don't. Don't tempt him.
Picture of this.
That Ryohn charm monster, and then she can swim us across the damn water.
Hey, there we go. That's an idea. As long as she can do it in an hour.
Yeah, you're having a lot of trouble reeling this in. It's like catching, whether it's like dragging on the rocks. It feels super heavy, but it's not like pulling and moving like some other fish, or the way that Nona is describing to you. Like she said, is it doing this? Maybe you spawn this way, and doesn't seem to be matching anything that she's describing. You got it. Like you're sure you got it, but what do you do with it? You're having trouble. Make me a strength check.
Okay. Just because I am willing to burn the Wheel of Stars D10 on this, can I just go ahead and add that now?
Sure.
Alright. That's a dash bonus, right?
Dash B, or if, yeah, whatever, that's fine.
Oof. Still not great. That's a 12.
Okay. It seems to catch on something, and it like feels like it's snagged. Now you're not really sure, was I pulling something in or am I hooked on a rock? It's hard to kind of make this out. Make me another strength check. Nona, you see that he's struggling and pulling, and the line is super tight and taut. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere at the moment.
Move it.
Maybe you should let out some slack. Let it go for a little bit, then bring it back.
I hope this is the dragon turtle we met earlier.
I was kind of hoping it was.
Okay, 13, better. Incrementally better.
Okay. It's not budging at all. You're pulling. You're hearing the line and just kind of stretching and pulling. Still not going anywhere.
Let out some of the slack. Let it swim away some, and then bring it back.
It's not biting. It's like I caught on something. It's not anything like you described. But all right, I'll give it a little slack.
I'll try to find a pebble or something, cast light on it, and throw it out to about where he's struggling with it.
Okay. It's not too far off the coast. It's about 10 feet out, and where the pebble settles in, it's just a couple feet below the water surface at this point.
Oh, hang on. Wait. She takes off her cold weather stuff and takes off her boots. Oh, it's gonna be cold. She takes off her coat, and she just grabs the whole line and starts walking out towards it.
Who do I give the inspiration to?
She follows the line out. Okay, if it's just stuck, let's get it unstuck. What's that deep?
Yeah, so you follow the line, kind of just use your hands and walk out to where it is. It's attached to some sort of like a satchel, like a leather satchel of some sort.
Well, you caught she picks up a satchel. You caught something. That's what you caught. She's holding up. She starts walking back.
Ooh. Pix's rogue senses are tingling.
Here you go. Drops at his feet.
All right. Maybe you should fish, and Pix will take his gotten goods and start digging through it.
It's from the Asarius bank heist from 20 years ago.
You dig through, reach into the pack, look through, dig through, reach in. There's nothing there. It's completely empty.
Huh.
Willam will step forward. Can you detect magic on that thing?
I'm inside.
I was about to try that, actually. And yeah, Pix will...
How about turning it upside down and shaking it?
Not yet. Pix will... will cast Detect Magic to see if it's magical.
It does indeed resonate magic.
Oh, he made the happy sound.
It's a portable whole pack.
It's... Pix is now going to burn the slot for Identify.
Not you're in too much of a hurry to do it as a ritual spell this time.
Yes. Pix is excited.
Oh, he's making the happy bird sounds and he's all preening up.
Yeah.
Saying she's pulling back on her boots and getting back into her gear and stuff.
Just so it reflects, and then...
what you believe you found is probably what Kyle has already ascertained. This detects as a bag of holding.
Alrighty then. This is... This, my friends, is a bag of holding.
Well, all right.
Right.
What's it holding?
I don't know. Unless you know what's in it, you can't grab it. There could be anything in here. There could be a lot in here.
You
Well,
can't turn
maybe-
it upside down and empty it?
If I remember correctly, that's... Yes, you can... Does the Identify let me figure out how to forcefully expel items from it? I forget the exact mechanics myself.
I'm pretty sure that yeah, you understand how the entire thing works.
Okay, just wanted to be sure. Well, just in case, I'm going to move away from the camp and the coast. Who knows what's in here?
Hey, where are you taking this thing? Let's throw it on the fire, roast it up, and eat it.
Grolyd will head down there.
Yeah.
Nona's having to take over the fishing duties.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Didn't realize we were the only ones there. I did not catch any fish. In fact, I think I caught something a whole lot better. And Pix will hold up a sack. This is a bag of holding.
You fished up a magical bag.
Yes.
Only you, Pix. And Grolyd's literally rubbing his temples.
Damn, Rose will find treasure anywhere.
What are the odds?
The face palm rub.
Probably quite extensive.
What are the odds?
But,
You're right, we should have teleported.
Yes.
at any rate, if there's anything in here, I can't take it because you have to know it's in there to grab it. So I was thinking of moving away from camp and the coast and expelling the contents and seeing just what all is in there.
Surprised not all full of water.
It is a magical bag. Although there may be some water in there. Not entirely sure on that.
I will accompany you just in case it happens to be dangerous.
I'll go with you just because I'm curious. I want to see what comes out.
I'm gonna keep fishing.
Why not just do it in camp then?
Because there could be a lot of things in here.
And we could always move camp. No problem.
May not need to go fishing. No, there could be 1 million fish in there.
Just dumped right little hut.
So let's find out then. Come, Pix, let's do this.
Yeah, so Pix will move 15 feet away from camp and is facing away from the coast and camp. We'll cast dancing lights around the area just so he can see a little better. We'll proceed to expel the contents away from him and anyone else.
You kind of reach in to the bottom so you can grab the inside, and with a flourish, yank the inside, flip it inside out, and there's a hush for a moment, and then you hear tink, tink.
And
Tink, that's it. 2 tinks.
I'll look around for what's making the noise. Or what made the noise.
Right at your feet, 2 small vials.
I guess that's something.
Yeah. I'll put the bag back to normal, kind of put it on, kind of tie it to a belt, and we'll take the vials and just sort of examine them.
Looks pretty familiar to you. One is a basic healing potion, one is a greater healing potion.
Oh, cool. Well, there are 2 healing potions. 1 regular and 1 greater.
You fished up a magic bag and 2 healing potions.
I did.
And Grolyd does the half facepalm, half temple rub thing again. I don't know that anybody else could have done that, Pix. You are absolutely, and I mean this in the best possible way, one of a kind. And there is a smile on his face as he's saying it. It's actually maybe the largest smile you've seen on Grolyd's face. If not ever, then in some time.
Well, I'm glad I can amuse. Well then, this...
Impress is the word I would use.
Meanwhile, you are all still hungry.
Nona has been fishing still. She looks up.
Make a survival check, Nona.
Okay.
Awna's done. Good berry it is.
Everyone's hungry. I'm hungry. I'm making a good berry.
Whisky will tempt the
This is very good. Anybody want one?
Grolyd already did the gobstopper earlier in the day.
Nona, you catch an actual fish. Actually, probably 2 or 3 of them. It's easy enough if you make your fire to grill some and should be enough for everybody to at least eat with some supplements.
Look, fish, and you guys are still alive. You didn't blow up. Great. Fish?
Willam kind of sniffs at the fish, turns to Awna, and says, "Good berry, please."
All right, I'll go over the plate.
Thank you, and eats the good berry. Willam does not care for fish.
I made today's taste like raspberry.
I made
that's
today's
gonna be-
taste like fish.
Butcher the fish, and
She calls them caviar.
It's one of those like dehydrated space capsules that has all the full meal in it.
Pix will take some of the fish and kind of cut his portion in half and offer some of the cooked fish to Harry if he would like it. Just as a little difference. Not to say that he can't get his own food. He has shown that time and time again. But Pix likes to share.
when Nona butchers the fish, she saves the tails and the heads for Harry. Harry, want these?
There you go.
He flutters down and lands on your head like he did before.
I have shoulders, you know.
He just kind of, the talons kind of massage into your scalp as he's scarfing down the offering that you're giving him.
Thank you. Now I need to wash my hair. She sits and eats the fish once it's done cooking, and yeah.
I'm just picturing you with Harry on your head. You're both
Yeah.
eating.
And as we're eating, Grolyd will begin setting up watches.
Yeah.
Pix, because I know you've kind of had your eye on this and just haven't been able to afford it. You would know the value of this thing possibly more than some of the others.
Oh yeah.
This is easily, if you find a merchant who isn't going to price gouge you, this is easily going to cost you about 500 gold.
Yeah.
Assuming you even find somebody who's willing to sell one.
Now we can store all our stuff in it.
Maybe not all the stuff, but we can definitely offload some of the more cumbersome things that we don't always have need of.
Link immediately gives you his tent to put in there. I'm tired of carrying this thing.
Grolyd, make an intelligence check.
I don't think that will fit, actually.
Does it have anything to do with armor? Or scales or hide?
Yes.
Oh. I know where you're going with this. Kyle does, at least. Oh.
Grolyd does not think of it.
I mean, it does occur to you as they're talking about putting things in there that your stuff's really heavy, but that's about all the further you get.
Yeah. But yeah, actually, you know what? Grol, this was kind of an issue. You certainly have a lot of things. But yeah, anything that we don't necessarily need can go in here and should be able to hold just fine. Actually, now that I think about it, I know the properties of this thing inside and out.
Literally?
Yes. It should also be able to hold things like food and such, and keep it relatively preserved. So we can put any extra fish that we don't eat in here.
Is there anything actually going in there?
Yeah.
Does it actually preserve things?
It is not a bag of colding, it's a bag of holding.
Oh, Grolyd doesn't know. He's asking in character.
Yeah, let me double check.
No, the GM just told you.
Oh, okay, got it. That was my mistake then. Let's see.
Grolyd will actually go into his pack and unpack the full suit of scale mail armor that is taking up largely most of the inside of his pack at this point, I'm sure. It would be nice to not be carrying this.
Oh, most certainly.
Add a character. Oh, go ahead.
Now, the items do need to be able to fit in the into the mouth of it, so can't put everything in here. But as long as we can fit it in there roughly 2 feet, we should be okay. Also, anything with extra dimensional spaces inside of it, don't put it in here. That would be bad.
Noted. Add a character. And I don't know about 5th edition, but I know that in previous editions, certain bags of holding themselves were actually pretty heavy. Is that the case here?
This is 15 pounds.
That's not terribly heavy, but not exactly light. I can carry it if it's heavier than you'd like, Pix, but
your backpack itself weighs about that much.
Yeah, it's nothing too big, and
okay.
Yeah, I can. It can hold 500, so we're fine.
Yeah, Grolyd, you unpack and what you have of the scales. Although it wasn't as much that you took individual scales. They're still dragon scales. They weigh a good bit, and you took enough hide in order to make an entire suit of armor. Correct?
I did.
Yeah. So in order to have that much, you probably took,
more
50
than leather armor's worth of weight.
Correct. More than, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all of that has been in your pack. Yes.
Yeah. I will. If I were to put these green hides in there, would that ruin anything else that was in there?
Well, we could certainly wrap it up. Did you bleed those by any chance?
Yes, they're as dry as I can make them without actually tanning them, yes.
Okay, well, maybe wrap them up again. Wrap them just in case, but it should be okay. It's the space inside is a bit odd. I mean, as long as you're able to reach in and sort of think of the item that you want, it'll come to your hand. So, but whether they're all on top of each other inside the space or just kind of floating in space, couldn't tell you. Never been inside one myself. Don't want to be.
So it should be easy to clean out then. You just stick your head in or hand in, think blood, and it'll all show up on your hand.
Maybe. But still, would feel better if the all of that was anything bloody or previously bloody was wrapped up.
I can continue to carry it if necessary.
No, it's
carrying
fine.
it this time.
It should be fine enough. Don't worry. Don't want to weigh anyone too far down, after all. But yeah, let's. And again, this is open to anybody. If you have anything that you haven't really needed, or would just like to offload a few things, go ahead.
We can put our extra weapons in there?
Oh, most certainly. Granted, it'll take a bit of doing to get them back out, so I would say keep the ones that you want on hand on you. But anything you don't use usually.
Well, I have that scimitar that you guys gave me that I haven't been using because I got spite.
Oh, that's right.
So you guys, we can put that back in there. And she starts looking at her weapons.
Actually,
she has several.
Pix will take. Well, Pix? Yeah, Pix will take that back. That's one of the. Actually, I forget. Is scimitar considered a simple weapon? I don't think it is. No, it's not. Never mind. Don't worry about it. In the bag it goes.
And we picked up I picked up the small, which I haven't used either, but that's it.
Okay. In it goes. Anyone else? Would anyone else like to lighten their burdens? I swear to carry them.
Doesn't sound like you have any takers.
Yeah,
Nope.
no.
I got rid of all my stuff already just because I was tired of carrying it.
Okay, well, Pix is going to throw in quite a few things because he's been getting close.
And here, she hands you a halberd. I think we picked this up. I can't remember where we picked it up. Here.
No, okay.
Bone halberd.
Yeah, we can sell it later.
That reminds me, what happened to that spear that we thought might be magical?
Oh, I still have it. We were kind of preoccupied. Yeah, let's go ahead and give that a look. I wrapped it up because it was giving me the willies. But yeah, we'll cast Identify on it.
Which spear are you talking about?
The shadowy spear from the one guy who attacked us from the wyvern. It looked like kind of like a bonish material.
No, I thought that a halberd was bone.
Yeah, gnarly spear. Smoky, wispy out of the corner of the eye, looks dulled. Dulled to look like bone.
Yeah, it looks exactly like that, but you cast the Identify spell, just seems exactly that. It is no longer wispy and smoky. It just looks like an intentionally dulled, matte finish type of bone spear.
Okay. That's a bummer. It was probably the magic of the wielder that was creating that wispy effect then. Much like the short swords.
Still could be of use to me. I'm down 2 javelins, so something else to throw could be useful for me.
Certainly. And yeah, I'll give you the spear then.
Will this fit? She holds out the frostbitten buckler. We bought it, and I haven't used it since I got the spite sword.
Well, if you're sure.
I haven't used it yet. If I need to, I can always ask for it back.
Fair enough. And yeah, we'll throw that in there. And I'll throw, again, some of my various gear in there.
I have a pick or player of picks, Kyle. I have kept the things that I put in the bag of holding on my character sheet. I've just customize their weight to 0 and then put a note on them that they're in the bag so you don't have to keep track of them.
Oh, okay, cool.
Grolyd, as you dump off some of those heavier items, it occurs to you that your shoulders feel a lot lighter, and you're starting to wonder how much more you could have actually carried before you legitimately were slowing the party down.
A lot.
I saw your encumbrance. I'm saying you were getting close.
You taking into account my racial ability?
You can carry like 500 or something.
Yeah, my encumbrance was only at around 212 or something like that.
You were over 300. I just looked. But it's fine. I'm saying it wasn't a problem, but now that you have unshackled yourself from some of it, you realize, much more like that it would have been. Plus, how in the world did I fit all that in my backpack?
That is a question I am very curious as to the answer of.
I'm just picturing that you have javelins in one hand and like an entire suit of scale mail armor under the other arm, and you drop it every time you fight.
That is not necessarily out of the realm of possibility.
I was picturing he's got it roped on.
Just dragging it behind him.
Yeah, every time he wants to get something out, he has to set down the backpack, untie the knot, peel that off, peel this off.
I will assume as all this is happening, Link and some of the others have probably finished setting up camp and have fire going and that type of thing. So you're able to have some fish, some good berries, that type of thing, as you're having these conversations and swapping out items. Is there anything else you'd like to accomplish tonight?
Nona looks up, points at Harry. Listen, I have fish guts here. You want them? Can't eat them on my head. I'm going to put them over here. Out of the way. Not on my head. I know you understand me.
Make a persuasion check. Actually, no. Animal handling. Make an animal handling check.
Yes.
Nona, shouldn't it be intimidation?
She wasn't threatening.
No,
Not yet.
Not yet. I do have speak with animals if I need to cast it.
Harry flutters down to the guts there, like, scoops them up in his beak.
Young man.
And just kind of looks at you for a minute and then swallows hard and flies off.
That's a good baby.
I think he likes you.
I hope he does. Maybe I'll spend some time actually talking to him in a way he'll understand. Will it work? I know you're familiar.
Well, we communicate telepathically, but I don't, you can talk with animals?
Yeah, I can do a ritual to speak with animals.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've only done it once. I was talking to chickens back where with Link, but occasionally.
Oh, I must have missed that somehow. Interesting. But well, Harry can understand owl, or however your spell works or ritual works, so he'll know to understand.
Okay. Because I'm just not sure. Isn't he magical?
He is a fey spirit, yes, but he's also an owl.
Interesting.
Technically, he is a fey creature in the form of an owl.
Okay, fair. Sorry. He's in the form of an owl.
Nona, make a dexterity save.
13.
Oh, in the general channel.
Oh, I was wondering where it was.
Oh, sorry.
You just move out of the way as you hear this wet thing like flopping through the air and landing plop right by the fire beside where you were. Well, right where you were just sitting is a ripe, juicy fish. And you hear flapping going off.
Aw, he does like me. She pulls the dagger out of her boot and she stabs the fish and starts to clean it.
As she sings, "So juicy, sweet."
After, when she gets that one over the fire, she has the head set aside. She'll actually stop and she'll take the 10 minutes to cast the speak with the animals ritual, and then she'll call for Harry, see if he responds. You just hear Nona start hooting like an owl, and she's holding out the fish head and says, "Look, I saved it for you. Thank you."
There's a flutter. And coming from a different direction, there's another owl. It doesn't have the same markings, that swoops in and is trying to grab it out of your hand.
Well, hello, who are you?
Hungry.
Aww.
You gonna let him take it?
Yeah, I'm gonna let him take it.
And he
Don't go
flaps
far.
off.
That's too late.
She still tries to call out to it, see if he'll come back.
No.
Does he come back?
That's what you hear back. Who?
She answers, Nona. Come close.
You?
Me, Nona.
No response.
She calls out. Do you know anything about any other humans in the area?
Who? You?
Other humans or orcs, the green-skinned ones?
See, you. Beside, you. Who?
Not this one. Out that way. She points towards the lake.
Who? Fish?
People.
Fish people? No. Who?
Not fish people. Other people. Other side of the lake.
There's a pause. You know who?
Who?
No.
No other people on the other side of the lake?
No go.
Why?
Spell.
Why?
Oh, trees! Oh, no trees!
Trees are gone?
Trees go boo!
When?
2! You go 2?
That's where I want to go. But you said the trees went boom?
Smell burning. Ooh. No go you.
Thank you. She takes the fish off the fire, holds it up. Thank you.
Fish smell burning.
Fish is cooked. For you.
Eat raw. You?
I eat cooked. Sorry, my cat decided to make all my headphones. I will catch you another fish. A raw one. Thank you. I will leave it at the base of that tree.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it's you can do that over the course of the next 10-15 minutes.
And she will. And when she gets back, you see her leaving it at the tree. She sits down. She says, can you ask Harry if he can fly over the lake?
It's quite a ways, but I'll
The
ask.
owl said the trees are burning and that we shouldn't go.
That is troubling.
She
Harry.
said, "Ooh, trees are burning."
That is very troubling. Harry, come here a moment.
Ooh.
We just had word that the place that we're going across this lake is burning. At least the trees are. We'll stay here, but do you think you could make the journey? Try to get a look in?
Tell him it's directly across the lake. She can't understand right now.
He squints in that direction, and you get the impression he says it's really far.
Yeah. He says it's too far.
He says it's really far. You get the impression from him that you can interpret however you want to describe to them, but you get the impression from him that he's willing to do it if you really need him to, but it would miles even for an owl.
Yeah.
You know, it's a big trek.
Yeah.
And that's not gone well for him in the past.
No, it's not.
I understand. Mm. Looks around. Eyes? So I know you guys all heard me hooting like an owl. The owl that answered me back wasn't Harry. It was a very hungry owl that he came in and took the fish from me. He said, trees on the other side burning. We should not go there. Trees should not be burning. You know that.
Oh. Your people are caught in the forest fire.
We have a day's journey to get to them. My people would know how to get to the water, but still, smoke. And he didn't say how long ago it's been. I don't know if he could tell how many days.
He did. You asked him. He answered you.
I might not have understood. Sorry.
He said 2.
Oh, 2. Okay, I thought you said who. Oh, okay, retcon that. He said it's been 2 days.
2 would also be how long ago you had your dream, wouldn't it?
2 days.
Yeah.
You have... This is your second night camping since then.
Sounds like I was right about it not being a premonition.
Told you so's aren't helpful.
That's not what I was saying. We also don't know if your people are over there just because there's fire there.
They might have been able to get clear, but they could still be in danger. We need to get there. What's the quickest way we can get to the other side?
Honestly, we didn't spend that much time this far south unless there was absolute need because of, weather, herd movement, or whatever. But, on this side of the lake, it's mostly that side of the lake.
I know that we're coming up on the portion of this side of the lake that comes the least far west. Whether or not that makes it the thinnest point, I couldn't say because I don't know the coastline of the other side well at all.
Anthony, is there any smell of smoke or ash in the air?
Make a perception check.
You think those guards, if they had known about it, they would have said something. At least I hope they would have.
If it's been mostly contained to the other side, though, they may have not have heard, especially this recently.
Willam, it's really hard to know for certain. You're right by your own campfire. And by description of kind of what you guys have ascertained, like the point across from where you are, if you are anywhere close to where you assume you are, you're still talking at least 25 to 30 miles at this point away. You're not picking up on anything in particular, but you don't know that necessarily means anything good or bad.
Well, out of character, were you here in 2004 for the wildfire?
It all depends on the yes.
The wind. So what I'm saying is, if there's nothing here, that's what I'm saying. I don't smell or there's no scent here of a large fire, but that could mean that the wind is blowing in the other direction. But the wind blowing in that direction could blow us across the lake if we could make a sail for the boat. could give us extra speed. Otherwise, I think we even with a good side, with a fire that size, there ought to be something if the wind is coming this way. But if it's going the other way, we might be able to use that to help push us across.
We still don't know exactly how far across it is and whether we would be able to manage it in the time the boat has.
Fair enough.
Yeah, 8 hours, right?
Yes.
And I'd rather it didn't disappear out from under us while we've still got several miles left to go. Believe me, I'd very much like to cut our timing down by using the boat. I just want to be certain we can manage it without having to swim.
Sounds like we need to finish our rest and get up and get started quicker.
It does.
Yes. Let us set watches.
If I see any of the birds in the morning before we leave, I'll try talking to some of them and see as well.
See if you can find a larger bird, something that can fly a greater distance.
Yeah. Maybe one of the geese will be around.
There are birds I know that fly great distances, so maybe if we can find one of those.
Or even water birds that can land in the water to rest and then take back off again.
True.
Who wants to take first watch?
Me.
I will take first watch as well.
Good.
I've been taking end watches. I'll take second this time.
I can do second.
I'll take last again.
I'll take last also.
All right.
There is a tree nearby. Link will take his watch sitting up in a tree.
Nona, are you trying to find more birds right now?
No, I'll do that in the morning.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Right now. Yeah, right now it's mostly going to be the night birds, owls, maybe bats. And
As Link is moving towards the tree, Link, keep your senses aware in case the wind shifts. See if you smell any great.
If I smell anything different than I currently smell, I will make sure everybody is aware.
All right. First watch.
17.
Nice.
7.
Link, this is the first real tree you found in quite a while. You're having trouble staying awake. It's finally you found comfort.
He's hugging the tree.
Nona, you're like working off of adrenaline right now. Sense is kind of all on edge. Every little sound. Oh, what was that? Every smell. Ooh, what? Can I place that? Everything. Every little animal, creature that darts across. Is a friend? Is a foe? That type of thing. Just kind of major like fight or flight thing going on with you. Nothing seems to strike you as out of the ordinary or strange, though. As much as you would almost like to will something to happen so you have something to go off of, or some news, some lead, it just seems normal.
No, we lost Willam.
Anything either of you would like to do during this watch? If not, you can pass things off to the next group.
Nona's just pacing around the camp as normal.
I have nothing specific, just, I guess, falling asleep in my tree a little early.
Okay. Then second watch.
Eight for Grolyd.
24 for Awna.
Good roll.
Yeah, good roll, Grolyd. Grolyd, I imagine you are in your normal stance of brooding. So much kind of processing, so much responsibility either that you've forced on yourself or the leadership position that everybody has kind of forced on you. All these things kind of coming to a head now. Again, this is one of those nights where you're unable to focus as much as you'd like because there's so much going on internally. Awna. Over the course of the night, as you are prone to do, you see the stars. You watch them, and there's a slight shift in the weather pattern just a little bit, and you start to think that it's getting a little bit more overcast, but you're kind of used to that, especially in open night sky such as what you have tonight. You've trained your eyes to almost be able to peer through the cloud cover to some degree and still see the stars. Tonight it's a little harder, and you realize it's almost like a haze that's up in the sky. Further to your north and the west, it's not quite natural clouds, but it's hard for you to kind of really place what it is, but it's preventing you from seeing the beautiful constellations you're used to watching at night.
She just thinks how disappointing that is, since she was not privy to the fire or smoke question or sense, so she's just gonna be disappointed that she can't see what she normally sees.
Okay. Anything either of you would like to do during this time?
Grolyd's gonna say no because Grolyd got up from AFK again.
Okay.
Real quick. Because he's oblivious anyway, so.
Fair enough. Anything
But
for
I
you,
thought
Awna?
Awna was there.
No, I guess not.
You were going to say something to Grolyd, but Grolyd is not listening to you?
I don't know. I mean, I'll just brute because of the lack of stars.
Okay, fair enough. Then third watch.
Ooh, 15 for me. That's good.
All right. 15, 19, 18. All of you are alert. Ryohn, for the first time in a while, actively paying attention to what's going on around you. It seems like you do tend to do that a little bit better when Whisky is actually on watch with you. Not always, but on occasion, your odds are higher. There's not much going on from your perspective. There's not a whole lot that you're noticing, nothing out of the ordinary. It's safe on this side. There's not a whole lot of excessive movement. You're seeing the normal animal patterns for the most part on this side. whatever may or may not be affecting what's going on the other side, according to the owl, is not happening over here. That's the little bit of safety and security that you gather from this watch. Is there anything you'd like to do while you're on your watch?
Any change in the wind or any great sense or look of smoke? Well, I probably can't see smoke at night unless it's pretty thick.
Yeah, there's nothing you're picking up on. Nothing you can tell one way or the other.
Yeah, since I can't see the stars, I have to pay attention this time, so.
Yeah, Ryan, to you, looking at the stars, you're just disappointed because you're like, oh, there's clouds. Come on, clouds.
Trying to see what Awna sees up there, but they're clouds and I can't.
So now I have to take watch.
Boring.
Watching.
I mean, we're in a protected bubble. Why do we have to watch?
Actually, I don't recall said protective bubble actually being cast.
He did.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. I remember at the last one. I didn't remember this one.
I made it more of a production of the last one.
Anything else any of you would like to do or say?
Nope.
Pix, you did not take a watch?
I did not.
He made a nest in his new bag.
Who happens to be sleeping next to Pix?
I'll say me. Why not?
This is not a very big hut, right? I feel like
Probably most of you, yeah.
Yeah.
You're taking up like an 8 by 8 foot space or something. The 8 of you, something like that. 10 by 10.
Foot diameter. Yeah.
Yeah, we're
So
all pretty packed
most
in.
of you, and definitely those of you who are on watch, around the time that morning comes and it's about time to arouse everybody anyway, you hear Pix whispering. And Pix, you're almost awaken yourself as your voice gets louder. And everyone is hearing something you've heard from Pix before. I, he, we are coming, over and over again. And then Pix, you say it loud enough, like yell it, and sit bolt upright because you woke yourself up.
I take it we have to go now.
Dude, you didn't mention it, but did I dream at all?
You did not, as far as you can remember, now that you're thinking about it.
Fair enough.
Make a wisdom check.
$16.
16. Yeah, you think, you hope, maybe it was just kind of that conversation and the recognition with what Awna's father, sort of father, maybe father, that part's unknown, but had said something similar. You guys had that conversation. You're thinking, you're hoping maybe that's just fresh on your brain. You're not really sure, but whatever the case is, it reminds you of the terror that you have of the thought of that place. You've kind of got yourself composed. You're surrounded by friends right now. You're in the tiny hut. You don't need to make a wisdom save to like completely freak out. But like you wake up in this cold sweat, panting, and realize that you're chanting this over and over again. And like I said, by the time he's done, he's yelling this, so everybody is awake whether you want to be or not.
Oh, am I still like yelling it?
You stop at once you wake up, and you kind of come to yourself. Yeah, you have control of your faculties.
Okay, wanted to be sure. And yeah.
Dreaming of getting picked.
No dream. Just
Is he lying?
just a feeling.
You make an insight check.
Weren't you part of like this collective or something at one point, Pix?
In a past life.
You think maybe you still have a connection to that?
Oh, I never doubted. I don't have some connection to it. But given what Awna was warned of and the connection I made of what may have been part of the threat or was the threat, maybe it's just fresh in my mind, but given the state of things right now, I don't think I can hope for that.
Awna, as far as you can tell, he's speaking in earnest.
All right.
Things are coming to a head, I feel.
Is the sun up? Or coming up?
Yeah, this ended your watch, and everybody was about to probably wake up anyway.
Break camp, and I'm walking over to the water, and I'm trying to see across to see if there's any. If that fire's been going for a couple of days, there ought to be some big pall of smoke, even if the wind is blowing this way.
Make a perception check.
Be an 11.
It's hard to tell. The clouds that moved in overnight seem to be pretty thick right now, and it's also just kind of overcast in general. There's a light kind of mist in the air. Really hard to see much across the, however many. You can't see the far side at all, much less what's on the actual horizon itself.
Pix.
Yes.
I don't know how far it is across, so I wouldn't ask you to send Harry all the way, but would he be willing to take a look and see if there is a short way across? Short, of course, being relative since we can't see the far side, but would he be willing to give it a look without straining or taxing himself too much?
Nona asked something similar last night.
I'm not asking him to fly all the way across, just to range out a bit and see if there's... he has much keener eyesight, although perhaps maybe not during the day, I'm not sure.
Not even have to necessarily go far, just go higher. So he can see further.
Do you think you can find a... Can you fly high enough up to maybe see the other side of the lake and tell on either side which seems the shortest? I know it's a lot to ask.
Can he ask other birds?
No.
No, he's not actually an owl. He doesn't really communicate in any sort of like beast type of thing.
Yeah.
He understands common, and then he can communicate telepathically with Pix. But it's not like he's the great horned owl that everyone will listen to type of thing.
Why not?
He just kind of looks at you, looks around at the group, and takes off up in the air and says, "Are you going to do the thing? Or am I doing the thing?" Are you looking through his eyes, or is he making the perception check? That's what I'm asking you right now.
Okay, sorry. No, I'll look.
Is there a reason you have advantage?
Sight-based.
You do not have sight-based advantage.
Ah, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, let me redo that.
So, are you looking, or is Harry looking? That's why I'm asking.
Got it. No. I'll look. Yeah, not much better.
You're kind of picking up the same thing that Willam is. It's a little bit overcast. It's a little bit misty. There's a light drizzle that's starting to set in. It's hard to see much of anything, and you know this area. It's kind of drab anyway. There's just not much other than just kind of grays wherever you look. It again reminds you of how much you've maybe missed home, but you don't really have any idea beyond that what might be helpful aside from continue your path and hope that you find something. You can at least on this side see where it potentially veers in further to the west again.
Okay.
But you kind of already knew that based on just the path that you were traveling.
And I'll kind of get things set up as well. All we can see is where we already knew where we were going. We need to head out a little further west, but otherwise, not much else.
Let's get moving.
And then I'll cuddle Pix a little bit. It'll be okay.
There is another option, and none of us will like it. I can walk across.
How can you walk across?
Because I can breathe underwater.
The only problem is, do we know how deep it is?
Doesn't matter.
Yes, if it's, if it's like, crossing a mountain valley down there, you're not talking about just walking straight across.
Well,
It'll take you a week.
Well, it's a good thing he can also swim, but that will still take days.
Yeah, that will probably still take longer than the boat.
Yeah.
It would take longer than the boat, but it would take me less time to walk across than it would for us to walk around.
Well,
Can you breathe underwater?
Yes.
He just said he could. He drank that permanence potion back on the Isles. At least I think that's where we got it. But I remember giving it to him.
well, if we're willing to risk it, what we could do is we could, I don't know, have Awna cast the breathe water spell on us like she did before, and hop in the boat, and then if it ran out, we just swim / walk.
I mean, if we don't walk, we can walk across. I have that prepared today.
Walking or breathing?
Walking.
You have a spell to let us walk on water?
I come prepared sometimes, Grolyd.
He grins a bit. How long does it last?
Well, I can cast it ritually, but in a pinch, I can cast it up to 6 hours without a ritual today. Granted, that would take up most of my magic, but it's doable.
I think what he was asking was how long the spell itself lasts.
It's an hour each time.
Ritual Go ahead.
So we take the boat. We head that direction. When we get to close to when the boat is going to run out, you cast your spell, and we start walking.
I'm sorry.
Do you also have the water breathing spell available on just in case?
Nope.
Oof. That could be problematic if we don't make it across to walking either.
I've got a few potions of water breathing, but not enough for all of us.
And I have a potion of bottled air. It'll allow someone to hold their breath for an hour. And as I've said, I don't need either of those. I can breathe underwater just fine. However, if Awna can keep it going for 6 hours, I don't think it will take us 14 hours to get across the water.
True.
And if it does, we may as well make a bubble on the bottom and sleep in that. We wouldn't have to set watches.
Sharks.
So we get a
What are you talking about?
or underwater sea creature.
Don't know if the hut can cast like that.
Can it cast on top of the water?
It's dry or dry inside, regardless of outside conditions, right?
That's yes.
That's an interesting experiment for a time. In all seriousness, we could potentially use that to hide in the future, but
I think you're right. We should be able to make it.
It's a bold move, at least. He'll look at Vix and smile as he says that.
Something like that. All right.
Let's do it.
Let's keep moving a little northwest along the coast till...
I'll bring us to the point which should be the closest, the furthest west or the least far west the lake comes.
Before we break camp, as they're breaking it down, I take the time to cast a ritual, speak with animals, and as we're walking down, if she sees a bird or any other animals, she'll start talking to it.
Okay. Make an animal handling check.
$14.
There's a few waterfowl nearby. You can probably get one of their attention.
She walks up, starts talking at it.
Kind of cocks its head and looks up at you.
Hi.
Quack.
Quack quack to you too. Has there been a fire here?
Wah.
No. She reaches in her pack, pulls out the last dry ration that she has, and breaks off a piece, throws it at it.
Just kind of pecks at it a little bit, nibbles. What?
Fire recently around?
He kind of looks around as if he's trying to answer your question. Wet.
I know it's wet, but last few days, has anything caught on fire? On the other side of the lake. She throws him a little bit more food.
Why?
I'm going there.
Warning.
What's the warning?
Hunters.
Hunters? Like me?
Quack. Quack.
She throws in some more food. Hunters like me or not like me?
He just kind of, the head just kind of nods up and down.
Okay, so you've been there a while?
While.
Days?
Weeks.
Weeks? Okay. Which direction?
West.
West. Directly west? Or west and north? Or
West.
west and south?
What?
Throw some more food.
You're really pushing the extent of the like probably 3 intelligence of this creature.
I'm sorry. Well, as she's talking, she's pointing the directions, right?
And 3's probably high.
Yeah, she's like pointing that direction west or that direction west. Then she keeps pointing.
Wet.
Anything else other than hunters?
Fish.
Dragon?
What?
Big flying bird.
I think they know what a dragon is.
He just repeats himself. What?
Big shadow.
What?
No? Okay. Lots of teeth. It has lots of teeth.
Whack, 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 whack. And he just like runs and propels himself away.
I think he
ducks
scared
are
him.
helpful. She gets up, she walks back. Ducks are not helpful. Should leave.
Make another animal handling check.
During that ritual, I'll be working
That
on
entire thing was the ritual.
That's 5.
I'll be working on the water walk, and I'll just let everyone know if they want it to come by me.
Do we want to use it now or wait till after the boat?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The ritual involves Awna fashioning invisible shoes made out of water that you have to put on or it doesn't work.
Excellent.
No, the shoes are made out of ducks.
Yeah,
Well-
duck feathers.
No, live ducks. You
Yeah,
strap-
you have to tape ducks to your feet.
You just hear
And then
why.
You stand on them and they swim across while you're standing on their backs.
Yeah, that's the whole point of this actual ritual. She's just walking up behind, picking up a duck, putting it into his bag, with picks right behind her. Duck
We've all got these like cute little white and green-headed ducks, except for the one black duck that looks up and is like, "You're despicable."
The duck that you were talking to that flew away was because it was watching me kidnap all its friends.
Right. You thought he was afraid of the dragon, but he was saying what because he was seeing what Awna was doing. Why?
As I get closer, creeping up,
Yeah.
bagging a whole bunch of ducks. All right,
Hey, Awna, what's that in your bag?
a smoothie.
Why are they going quack? Let me out.
What's that in your bag, quack?
Squawking.
Oh, just a ritual I'm preparing.
Don't worry about it.
No more dinner. Check.
Leopard duck farmer looks up at Anna. Giggity. All right. Quackfire.
Yeah, Nona, you're kind of just stuck with that. Ducks are not helpful. That's what your takeaway is.
Yep.
Are we ready for this boat trip?
I also
Yes,
took it
let's
as
do
they
it.
stayed away from the hunters because they did not want to become food.
If you could actually understand how ducks speak, then yes, that might have been your takeaway.
Yes, I'm just more meta. Sorry, I should have specified beforehand.
That was
Yeah.
what the animal handling check was for Nona to ascertain that. All right, anything else you're looking to do on this side of the water?
Nope.
And if everyone is close, I will cast Water Walk to all those present. You decide if you're present.
You can get up to 10, is that right?
Yep.
Not gonna let a spell go to waste, so I'll be there.
Present.
Present.
Much prefer being on top of the water,
Hey, at least you don't have to worry about sinking to the bottom anymore.
right? One good thing came out of that giant crystal.
Question: do you still have the ring?
No, it stuck to the crystal.
Ah,
I was glad to see it gone. And
Maybe-
very probably did.
Be more cursed.
Maybe we should just fill the cave with water then.
I mean, we could create water.
That's a lot of water.
Yes, it is.
That's a lot of backtracking.
Anyways,
Yes.
let's get moving.
Go.
Yeah.
So, are we walking to begin with, or are we getting in the boat?
Well, the walking spell only lasts for an hour, right?
Yep. But Chica says a ritual, and I don't see why we couldn't do it. Hey, 50 minutes, and then it was like, okay, break the waves, get the boat
Actually, we kneel with one leg in the boat, the other leg out, and kind of moving it along with our feet.
That wouldn't be any faster than using it normally.
out. No, it wouldn't.
No, but the picture's great.
I just start walking.
Multi-person skateboard.
Go.
We start.
Yep.
We start walking.
Start walking. Shit, best
so-
surprise. time, Awna.
Is that the plan? Just every 50 minutes or so? 49 minutes? You recast it as a ritual?
I don't want to lapse in any time, but yeah, that's the plan for now.
Okay.
And I've got the boat out and ready for when she gets tired of that.
Are you just going to keep on doing it until you get to the other side?
That's the hope.
All right. Then over the course of the next 8 hours...
We should almost run.
That's up to you. Are you running or are you walking?
Grolyd will set a normal, if slightly elevated pace. Not enough to exhaust somebody, though.
Okay. That'll probably compensate for the stopping for a 10-minute ritual every 50 minutes.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah. So about 8 hours pass, and you finally can start to see hints of the landscape on the other side. You feel like you've probably been... Go ahead.
We're going to have to use the boat or we'll get exhausted.
I think we'll be exhausted regardless, but... yes.
If we can see it, the boat will get us there.
How long does the boat last again?
8 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's something.
And I have navigate small craft. Comes with the jacket.
Nice.
And we take turns sleeping our 8 hours, and the people on watch are the ones rowing.
It's a long boat. It doesn't have that much room.
Everyone just leans back into the lap and the person behind them.
Yeah.
Hey now.
Put your head on somebody's shoulder next to you.
You bringing out the boat, or are you going to continue with the ritual casting?
I'm getting a little exhausted, so let's whip out the boat.
Do the boat.
Whip it out, Grolyd.
Whip it good.
Hey, I've got the boat.
Oh, nobody wants picks to whip it out.
Oh.
Grolyd whips out the oar.
I mean, have you seen
There
birds?
you go.
Don't Google that. Don't Google it.
The one covered in shark's teeth?
Yes,
Ew.
Oh my.
it's ribbed. I'll leave the rest up to y'all.
That is not ribbed for pleasure. Trust me.
So clunky.
No.
Orcish.
Ribbed and barbed.
More like ripped.
As I've said, there are no safe words in Orcish.
Break the Waves comes out of Pix's mouth, and they pop. And there is the boat floating in front of you.
And let's go.
Get in.
Pipe and get ready to row.
And
Windrow.
Grolyd will row his boat.
Not so gently down the stream.
Something along those lines.
Not down, but across.
Not so gently across the stream.
Cross the street.
No, don't cross the stream.
Whatever you do, don't cross the streams. All right. You guys start getting later into the day. Again, you've gone your 8 hours. You're going to have to kind of push as you're rowing now, but at least you're seated. And that was kind of the point last time you took the boat, was it seemed like it was potentially less exhausting. So you continue the journey now in the boat. Everybody rowing? Are you rowing hard? Are you just kind of, again, maintaining a normal pace? What's the plan here?
Grolyd is planning to maintain a normal pace. He's not looking to be exhausted at the end of the trip.
How many oars are there?
Enough, yes. That is the correct answer.
And I would say we just kind of do it like we would a watch. Several people take it for, a couple hours and trade off for somebody else to do it a couple.
First hour passes. What's everybody doing if you're not rowing? Is there anything going on? Or are you just kind of resting?
Grolyd is rowing.
Eyes open. Keeping eyes open, looking around. As we're getting closer, looking for signs of fire or smoke.
All right. Willam, make a perception check.
Damn.
Hey.
Nice.
That's what you wanted before.
I'll keep an eye out to the right-hand side of the boat just to see if anything comes at us from that direction.
Willam, first hour passes as you guys are all rowing, and you're squinting, you're peering into the distance, and you spot it. Not only is it pretty obvious now that you are looking in the right direction, you guys were inching slightly too far west, and you notice right away there is a good bit of smoke, and it seems Nona promised bonfires, but you're pretty sure this is not just bonfire. Smoldering coming from slightly like northwest of your position.
There! North by northwest! Point.
And I will row so as to turn.
I'm going to, mostly just for visual sake here, summon players to a new board and give you, let's see, different visuals than that.
This music is so nice for the horror we are about to see.
Oh, is it playing music?
I'm hearing music.
It doesn't.
Am I?
It doesn't have anything for me. I think I turned down the master volume.
Oh, that could be it, yeah.
Let's see.
I like the raft.
About that.
That's just Whisky playing music to keep us all going.
Yeah, I took it off.
Is sea shanty.
Never mind. It is now somewhat menacing.
Yes. I still can't hear it. I'm not really sure why, but so I didn't realize that I had any music set.
Yar!
You guys all see off in the distance as you're starting to reorient yourself, and Willam's pointed this out, and you start rowing harder and harder, and you start coming closer and closer, and there's billowing plumes here. There's some of it that seems to mostly be kind of burnt out, and especially in like the hazy mist of the day, it's almost like there's stuff that's wants to kind of reignite, but it's getting too wet and too moist. So it's like that dirty type of smoke that's not causing a whole bunch of flame, but it's just kind of causing this residual cloudy haze across the entire area. And as you start to move closer and closer, you see right in front of you a wide open swath of just black earth that, Nona, you've been here almost yearly as a child. There was a lot more forest here than there is currently, and there's at least a very large path where it looks like there's just nothing but charred remains, and even the ground seems blackened in this area. And as you continue rowing harder and harder, you're able to peer through what little trees remain, and the soot and the smoke and it's kind of ashes and sting in your eyes. All of you are having trouble kind of seeing, tearing up a little bit as you're getting closer. And Nona, you know what you're looking for. Everybody spots it eventually, but Nona, you see it first. Right behind that patch of forest it's not just the forest that's on fire. It's the tents and the huts of your people. What little is left of it, you see also is charred and smoldering behind. You're not really sure what, if anything's left of your people, but you're pretty sure you found where they were last. And we'll find out next week what happened.